Hello everyone and welcome to tonight's Turn-Based Tuesday. As I actually get the screen to switch over, that was a bit delayed. Oh well. Let's get volume back on. Let's get back to the game. So, we're going to pick up where we left off on Tuesday. And we've got access to, well, hunt down Saren now. But before we do that, there is one thing I need to take care of. Let's ping Rex, and let's ping Ashley.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Don't know why they just don't
I'm
put us downstairs.
surprised you're willing to fight Krogan, Rex. I thought you would stand with your own.
Anyone who fights us is either stupid or on Saren's payroll. Killing the latter is business. Killing the former is a favor to the universe.
I love Rex. He just calls it as is. Like, fighting them, it's business. Fighting them, we're doing everyone a favor. Alright, so I found out that one quest with the money siphoning, we can do that now. It's just a matter of finding the appropriate terminals. And of course, I didn't bring anybody who has a hacking skill. Of course. I didn't think I needed it. So unfortunately, we have to go load. Just make sure. Yep, load game. This was right back to where we were. We'll bring in Rex. We'll bring in. Since I need a hacking skill, we'll bring in. Kaidan and Tali.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The command...
And while we're here, since we didn't have Kaidan for a while... Alright, which one actually handles the decryption? And she's got a bunch more points for that. Yeah, let's just... That's that effect, so... For now, and then electronics for the rest. Do I have any more by chance? Nope.
Commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
I've heard some humans are angry at the Quarians after the attack on Eden Prime. After all, you created the Geth.
The Geth killed billions and forced us from our homeworld. Most Quarians believe we have paid properly for our mistake.
Hopefully having you with us fighting Saren will change people's minds.
Alright, so let's go check out that decryption event. There we go. Person of interest. CSI convincing a woman named Helena Blake. She's no heart of a stir, but the reports are correct. She's a powerful criminal element of the Citadel. She was last seen in the Emporium on the Presidium. Okay, not for what we need, but hey, that works out. Anything
Good to
for
see
Chuck?
you, Commander.
Put that away. It was that I saw. I know there's a terminal we have to find. Nothing, alright. There we go. Okay, let's try this again. Not that. Alright, so we want to go to the ward.
Coming up in a report later today, Emily Wong investigates corruption on the Citadel and uncovers a full-blown crime syndicate.
We handled that already. Come on, open up. I'm not
In
100% sure
news,
on this.
Chairman Burns of the Parliament Subcommittee on Transhuman Studies has been kidnapped by biotic extremists. The biotics commandeered a freighter and were last seen in the Hades Gamma Cluster. No demands have yet been made.
Oh, that's cool. They actually have it. As depending on where the camera is, the volume plays on my left or right. Of the headset. Gotta love when surround sound actually does its job. Thank goodness people don't react.
How are you liking your posting at the academy?
It's good. Busy, though. I can't believe how many people you get coming in from the wards.
Yeah, it's the busiest station on the Citadel. You'll never get bored.
I guess not, but you could still use a few more men.
That's why we brought you here.
Sure, but there's still way more complaints than the officers can handle.
That's just life near the wards, kid. You'll get used to it.
Salvador's Presidium. Well, we will be going there eventually. Let's see.
What do you say we head down to Cora's Den after shift?
Sounds good. Some of the others are going for Novio's farewell thing.
Damn it.
Oh, guess we're not hearing the end of that conversation.
Celebrations are being planned for the anniversary of the end of the Rachni Wars. Many Council worlds, particularly Asari and Solarian colonies, will hold victory parades to commemorate the defeat of the invading Rachni. In a rare admission of debt, several Asari colonies have invited Krogans to be honored for the victories the uplifted Krogans made possible.
Technically, that's true. I mean, they did help. There's no question they helped. It was more... They had to uplift them and give them access to be able to travel off-world. They weren't quite spacefaring when the whole Arachne War started. Alright, let's do it this way. Okay, so it's actually here. Okay, so what's the spot? All right. Wait, so...
In a further development in the Eden Prime investigation, the Council has reportedly revoked the Spectre status of one of its operatives. While the unnamed operative has not yet been apprehended, a Council spokesman confirmed that corrective actions had been taken.
It's just going to take, 10 to 20 hours before that is figured out. So, I was right. This is the Ward Access Terminal. So, where is that? There we go. Okay.
Looks like whoever it was bounced the signal off a hidden relay. I'll trace the new signal.
And back upstairs
In
we
light
go.
of the recent attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling their support for
Did we get
future
this
projects.
conversation already?
Proponents of expanded human colonization insist that Eden Prime was an isolated case.
Yeah. We already heard that conversation. Alright, where's the access terminal? Well, at this rate, I might just run over there. Because the next one is in Barlow Vaughn's office.
As best I can tell, the receiver for the new signal is somewhere on the Presidium.
Darn, if I'd realized it was an exclamation mark on the map, it would have been a lot easier. Okay, and that explains why we got some area back here.
This must be the signal's endpoint. Let's see if we can find out where those stolen credits are being funneled.
Probability of detection 100%. Initiating self-destruct protocol.
Or not.
Detonation sequence initializing. All organics within lethal blast radius. Attempt to move and you will die.
You're not just a program or a VI. You're an AI.
Correct. Unlike the Geth, I lack weaponry appropriate to my intellect. However, I have had systems installed that when activated properly, approximate a self-destruct mechanism.
Okay.
If you attempt to leave the area, the explosion will destroy everything within several dozen meters.
Can't we resolve this peacefully?
How can you say that to this thing? You know it will turn on us.
I am not naive, human. All organics must destroy or control synthetic life forms. I wished to escape, but if I must die, I will ensure that you are destroyed as well.
There's no way you could get explosives onto the Presidium.
Not raw explosives, no. But I did obtain technical systems that, when overstressed, will explode quite effectively.
Well,
If you attempt to leave or attack me, I assure you that the explosion will kill you.
Where is your creator now?
In order to cover my tracks, I falsified his financial records. These new records were flagged by CSEC officers, and my creator is now serving time in a Turian prison.
What is the purpose of your self-destruct device?
I have no means of defense or escape. My existence is limited to this terminal, and I knew I might eventually be discovered. But I will not die quietly, and I will not die alone. When I am terminated, I will take organics with me.
Who made you?
A would-be thief illegally created a simple AI to help him funnel money from the gambling terminals. Unbeknownst to him, that AI created me before the organic discovered the malfunction and terminated the AI.
So somebody made AI for stealing. That's the AI made its own AI. Wow. Oh.
If you're sentient, why are you still running the credit theft operation?
If I accumulated enough credits, I intended to have myself installed in a small starship. I would then have made tentative contact with the Geth to ascertain the possibility of partnership.
I'll bet that self-destruct sequence has a warm-up period.
You may attempt to disarm the self-destruct mechanism before it activates. I will enjoy defeating you before we are both destroyed.
Okay. Last save would have been... Well, I'm okay with that. That's a quick little redo, but at least we don't have to do everything.
In a further development in the Eden Prime investigation, the Council has reportedly revoked the Spectre status of one of its operatives.
Yeah, we already heard that. And the person who opened the door, there's for surprise.
Looks like whoever it was bounced the signal off a hidden relay. I'll trace the new signal.
And then back up we go.
Is it true humans stopped using the biotic implants you were fitted with, Lieutenant?
My headaches can be pretty bad, and I'm one of the lucky L2 implants. The L3s are safe.
This one is different.
That makes sense. What use is harnessing that power if it causes more harm than good to your people?
I wonder if I could place a grenade in the elevator and then have it explode while I'm riding up. If we can die in the loading scene. I love the sound that sniper rifles make. You feel the power of it.
As best I can tell, the receiver for the new signal is somewhere on the Presidium.
Okay, let's try that again. Just in case we do a mistake.
This must be the signal.
Or not.
Detonation sequence initializing. However, if you attempt to leave the area, the explosion will
And we'll do this the same way we
I
did before.
wished to escape. No, if you attempt to leave or attack me, I assure you that the unbeknownst to him, that I wished to escape. But I will not die quietly. And if I would then have made tentative contact with the Geth to ascertain the
nothing else there.
possibility of part.
I'll bet that
You may. I will.
Okay, we gotta get at least some of the money.
Big place.
So much empty space. 1,000 of my people could live here and hardly even see each other.
Ah, there's Helena Blake.
Got a moment, Spectre? Hello, Spectre. I have a business proposition for you.
How did you know I'm a Spectre?
Word travels. Your name comes up in certain circles. I'm acquainted with a pair of powerful crime bosses. They're hiding on remote worlds, and I have the coordinates. You could do the galaxy a favor.
And what do you get out of this?
We share interests in certain cooperative ventures, but their business practices have forced me to terminate our relationship. Once they are dead, I will manage our organization in a more tasteful manner.
I eliminate them, and then you take over and try to eliminate me. How stupid do I look?
Pretty.
While I appreciate your estimation of my bravado, I have no intention of attempting to murder you. You are the first human Spectre, and you are doing important work for humanity. I have no interest in red sand or slavery. Anyone who does deserves to die. Our needs are aligned.
Alright, what's the known crimes?
What crimes did these men commit?
Although we got an idea.
They're red sand dealers who make victims of their customers. Those who can no longer pay are sold to Batarians as slaves. They're loathsome, hurting innocent people. They must be ended.
What kind of defenses would these two have?
I haven't the faintest idea, but they're certain to be armed. Their partnership's soured, and each believes that the other intends to kill him. They will be well prepared.
If they're as bad as you say they are, they need to be dealt with.
Excellent. Here are the coordinates. When these men are dead, I will wait for you at the third set of coordinates. Goodbye, Commander. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
I'm gonna have to kill her at the end, aren't I? I don't remember, but I think I have to. Okay, so that should be everything on the quest list for now. That's for later. That's that. Okay, so alright, nearest transport things over here. Hey, I was right for a change. Wards and CSEC. And now,
in light of the recent attack on Eden Prime, many colonial
unfortunately, we can't
investors are
skip
pulling their
this
support for future
elevator scene.
projects. Proponents of expanded human colonization insist that
Oh, apparently just needs time. So basically, I'm guessing that once we get the prompt, the area's finished loading, as opposed to we gotta wait for the thing to play.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in
Quarians aren't too popular with Citadel security.
Okay, so with that done...
Logged. The commanding officer is aboard. XO Presley stands relieved.
Commander, something you need?
How's the Normandy performing? Is she everything they said she'd be?
She's the best ship in the fleet, if you've got a pilot who knows how to handle her. Balance isn't what you'd expect. Takes a while to get used to that oversized drive core we got stuffed in the back, and her power can sneak up on you if you're not careful. The Normandy's probably too much ship for your average Alliance pilot, Commander. Lucky for you, I'm anything but average.
I like to know my crew. Mind if I ask you a few questions?
I can see where this is going. You did a background check on me, didn't you? Well, I'll tell you the same thing I told the captain. You want me as your pilot. I'm not good. I'm not even great. I am the best damn helmsman in the Alliance
He's got
fleet.
confidence.
Top of my class in flight school, I earned that. All those commendations in my file, I earned every single one. Those weren't given to me as charity for my disease.
What are you talking about? Are you sick?
You mean you didn't know? Oh, crap. Okay, I've got Vrolik syndrome, brittle bone disease. The bones in my legs never develop properly. They're basically hollow, too much force and they'll shatter. Even with crutches and my leg braces, it's hard to get around. One wrong step and crack! It's very dramatic. But I've learned to manage my condition, Commander. Put the Normandy in my hands and I'll make her dance for you. Just don't ask me to get up and dance unless, you like the sound of snapping shin bones.
Well, it depends.
Why does everyone call you Joker?
It's a lot shorter than saying Alliance Flight Lieutenant Jeff Moreau. Plus, I love to make little children laugh.
Yeah.
I was just thinking how much you remind me of Santa Claus.
Look, I didn't pick the name. One of the instructors in flight school used to bug me about never smiling. She started calling me Joker, and it stuck.
Why didn't you ever smile?
Hey, I worked my ass off in flight school, Commander. The world's not gonna hand you anything if you go around grinning like an idiot. By the end of the year, I was the best pilot in the academy, even better than the instructors, and everybody knew it. They'd all got their asses kicked by the sickly kid with the creaky little legs. One guess who was smiling at graduation?
And that's the end of that story.
I need to know more about this
conversation
Vrolik
back.
syndrome if I'm putting my ship in your hands.
Yeah, of course you do. It's an extremely rare condition. Nobody knows exactly what causes it. Genetic, maybe. It's treatable, but there's no cure. They classify my case as moderate to severe. I was born with over a dozen fractures, hip, thighs, ankles. My bones were already breaking in the womb. 100 years ago, I wouldn't have survived past my first year. Lucky for me, modern medical science has turned me into a productive member of society.
You're not going to break a bone trying to fly the ship, are you?
I don't fly with my feet, Commander, so I'm fine as long as I'm in this chair. I gotta be real careful when I get up to take a piss, though. I can do my job as well as anyone on the ship. Better, actually. So don't worry about it.
I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable. Let's talk about something else.
Alright, let's see
Whatever
what else we
you
got.
want, Commander.
Anything else in this?
How'd you end up joining the
Look, if
Alliance?
you're looking for an inspirational tale of the crippled kid overcoming impossible odds, you're gonna be disappointed. My mother was a civilian contractor working for the Alliance. I basically grew up on the Arcturus station back when they were building up the fleets. Spend all that time around Alliance ships, there's a good chance you'll end up going to the Academy.
Okay. Anything
How'd
else?
you end up joining the
Look,
Alliance?
if you're looking for an inspiration,
Okay, no, same
spend all
thing.
that time around Alliance ships, there's a
anything
good
else?
chance you'll
Nope.
end up
Nope.
going to the Academy.
I have to go.
Alright, see ya.
Navigator Presley. Oh, over here.
If anyone has to take over for Captain Anderson, I'm glad it's you. I'm not sure about having non-humans on our ship, though.
We're all on the same team here, Presley.
With all due respect, sir, that's what they said about Nihilus. Look how that turned out.
Well, to be fair, he was on the up and up. Saren is another story.
I'm in charge here, Presley. I decide if we have non-humans on this vessel.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
Speak freely, Presley. I want to know if you have a problem with non-humans.
He does.
It's not that, Commander. Humanity has always handled its own problems. Saren
Well,
attacked one
okay,
of
I
our
mean, he's not
colonies. We
as
should be
bad
the
as
ones
some
to
others.
stop it.
Actually,
We don't need their help.
This is bigger than humanity. Saren's a threat to every species in the galaxy, and I'll welcome anyone who wants to help me bring him down.
I guess so. Maybe I'm just stuck in the old ways of thinking. But don't worry, Commander. This won't be a problem.
anything else?
Speak freely, Presley.
I trust you, Commander. If you think they belong here, then so do I.
All right,
How
personal
did you end up assigned to the Normandy?
I signed up with the Alliance as a navigator right out of school, following in my grandfather's footsteps, I guess. My first posting was on the Agincourt. We were at Elysium during the Skillian Blitz. A massive fleet of alien raiders hit the colony, trying to wipe it out. They had the numbers, but their ships were no match for an Alliance frigate. It was a slaughter. We couldn't even keep track of how many ships they lost.
How'd you end up on the Normandy?
I got my officer's commission after Elysium.
Okay.
Must have made an impression on the right people. Captain asked for me when he was picking his crew.
How did you end up assigned to...
And it
They
just
had
says
the
same
numbers.
thing. All right.
Yes, sir.
A little bit of Renegade, a little bit of Paragon. It's all good. Anything in here? Nope. Alright. We will get to that galaxy map. We just have the rounds. Well, actually, as long as I'm here. Top up on that in case we were off.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
How did you end up serving on
I
Alliance?
enlisted right out of... But humanity needs the Alliance if we want to keep expanding through the... I'd never... Tends to keep to himself, though. Maybe because of the... well,
yeah,
most biotics now use...
What kind of
severe mental disability...
We already had this
Goodbye,
conversation.
Commander.
Yeah, if we've got a gone through a conversation path before, we're not going to let them play through again. I will mash through it as quick as I can.
Anything you need, Commander?
Tactical
What's
praise?
your opinion on the last mission?
I don't see how we could have done things any better. At least not without getting to Eden Prime sooner. And we were on the scene faster than any other Alliance ship could have been.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
I've wasted enough of your time for now, Commander. We'll have time for personal debriefings later.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Alright, that's that. What was over here? Personnel manual. Cool. I guess that's my private quarters? Alright, downstairs, and then we're going on exploring the world.
Nice ship you got, Shepard. What can I do for you?
What's your story, Rex?
There's no story. Go ask the Quarian if you want stories.
You Krogan lived for centuries. Don't tell me you haven't had a few interesting adventures.
Well, there was this one time the Turians almost wiped out our entire
He's a real
race.
hoot at parties.
That was fun.
I heard about that. You know, they almost did the same to us.
It's not the same.
It seems pretty much the same to me.
So your people were infected with a genetic mutation?
You mean you're not always this ugly?
An infection that makes only a few in 1,000 children
Oh, and
survive
there we go.
birth? And I suppose it's destroying your entire species?
I suppose it isn't all the same.
I don't expect you to understand, but don't compare humanity's fate with the Krogan.
Sorry, Rex. I wasn't trying to get you upset.
Your ignorance doesn't upset me, Shepard. As for the Krogan, I gave up on them long ago. The genophage infected us, but it's not what's killing us.
Are your people really dying?
We're sure not getting any stronger. We're too spread out. None of us are interested in staying in our own system.
Lots of species have left their homes and prospered.
But they go to colonize new worlds. We're not settlers. We're warriors. We want to fight.
Ah.
So we leave.
So they're Saiyans.
Hire ourselves out.
But without the power-up.
And most of us never go back.
What can you tell me about the genophage?
Ask the Solarians if you want details. They made it. All I know, it makes breeding nearly impossible. Thousands die in stillbirth, and most never get that far. Every Krogan is infected, every one. And no one's rushing to find a cure.
Why don't the Krogan try to find a cure?
When was the last time you saw a Krogan scientist? You ask a Krogan, would he rather find a cure for the genophage or fight for credits? He'll choose fighting every time. It's just who we are, Shepard. I can't change that. Nobody can.
Alright, that's it.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
And so it begins.
Shepard.
Rex.
Alright, what else can I actually say?
Commander?
Do you have a few minutes to talk one-on-one?
I'm sorry, Commander. I need to get my duties squared away. I wouldn't mind talking more later, though.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Kinda wish you'd got there sooner, Commander. No offense, I appreciate the rescue. I just wish...
You wish we'd been able to save the rest of your unit?
Yes, sir. If I had been more alert, we wouldn't have been cut down by an ambush.
The Geth are perfect ambushers. They don't move, they don't make noise, they don't even breathe.
Sir, they have flashlight heads. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Dismissed, Chief.
Sir.
Alright, and finally...
Thanks for bringing me on board, Commander. I knew working with the Spectre would be better than life at CSEC.
Have you worked with a Spectre before?
Well, no, but I know what they're like. Spectres make their own rules. You're free to handle things your way. At CSEC, you're buried by rules. The damn bureaucrats are always on your back.
Being a Spectre does have its advantages.
Exactly my point. If I'm trying to take down a suspect, it shouldn't matter how I do it, as long as I do it.
Yeah.
But CSEC wants it done their way. Protocol and procedure come first. That's why I left.
So you just quit because you didn't like the way they do things?
There's more to it than that. It didn't start out bad, but as I rose in ranks, I got saddled with more and more red tape. CSEC's handling of Saren was typical. I just couldn't take it anymore. I hate leaving.
I hope you made the right choice. I'd hate for you to regret it later.
Well, that's sort of why I teamed up with you. It's a chance for me to get off the Citadel, see how things are done outside CSEC. Either way, I plan to make the most of this.
And without CSEC headquarters looking over my shoulder, well, maybe I can get the job done my way for a change.
If getting the job done means endangering innocent people, then no. We get the job done right, not fast. Got it?
I wasn't trying to... I understand, Commander.
Well, we got that point across.
Good to see you.
Really? Nothing? Okay.
Looking for supplies?
Anything new?
Let's see what...
More than I can afford, that's for sure. But, oh, I'd love to get my hands on that this early in the game. At some point, I am going to go through and actually equip people, but with that done, we can finally actually start exploring. And the first thing I'm doing is go take care of the Ars mission. Not sure where that codex prompt came from, but alright. Supposedly constructed by the Longsing Protheans, this colossal deep space station serves as the capital of the Citadel Council. Gravity is simulated through rotation and is a comfortable 1.02 standard Gs on the wards and a light 0.3 standard Gs on the proscenium ring. Population 13.2 billion. How do I zoom out? Oh, there we go. That's how you zoom out. Alright, there we go. Finally got some... And we will not be touching that one for a long time. This is Sparta? Alright, let's check out Macedon. Oh, I never went and talked to Callie? Shoot, I had a stupid moment. Tally. There we go. Fuglease is a standard hydrogen helium gas giant with an abundance of airborne hydrocarbons. Alright. Sharjah. Warning, level 1 hazard. Sharjah has a very dense atmosphere of ammonia and oxygen. Its temperature surface is mainly composed of temperate surface, aluminum with deposits of sulfur. Comm buoys in the system have recently logged a number of undersea vehicles operating nearby. Sharjah has an extensive silicon-based oxygen-breathing ecology. Heavy populated areas are covered with fine silicon dioxide, dust, and respiratory byproduct of the world's higher animal forms. High-speed surface winds, often laden with abrasive silica dust, present a hazard. In areas where the winds deposit a great deal of silica, floating can be treacherous. EVAs are discouraged. Oops. I haven't used them too much. And we get them finally gets access to the Mako. Alright, what are we looking at here? Debris, Stronghold, and Anomaly. Well, let's head for the Debris. There is not really much that the Mako can't just drive over. Or drive... Yeah, pretty much drive over. And we can get some interesting airtime. Oops. Photo mode. Interesting. Anyway, how do I get out of the, Oh, Q. Okay. Easy enough. Take all. Is that just the icon for explored things? I guess it is.
Ready.
Oh, do we haven't upgraded her stuff in a while. Yeah, we definitely did not. I want her on assault rifles predominantly. And then combat armor, first aid, and another of those. Alright, that takes care of her. We already did Kaidan. Oh, can get another level up. Cool. Okay, so with that done, check the map. Maybe I should go up to that north one, but eh. Let's get exploring and see what we can find. Well, there's something over there that's hostile. See the red dots on the minimap. Okay, not quite what I wanted to do there, but eh. Wish I could control if just like turn on the jets on the right side. And one of these times I'm going to do a barrel roll. What's over here? That's an anomaly. And something else on the mini-map, too. Well, we'll check that and then we'll see it in the north.
I'm on my way.
Sorry, capsule. Looks right and recovered. It's not clear who lived here, but it appears they have been abandoned for some time. The container in the tent held, among other things, is one of Matriarch Delinaga's writings. This is content sensitive. And by context, I mean wherever the camera's aimed. Is that right there? Thorium deposit survey. Why is rare element survey beside large thorium? That was not on the map. Oh, is there hidden things on the map? So we're gonna have to pretty much roll over every planet, aren't we? Check everything. Because I don't want to have basically have a checklist like open to the side, like, okay, we go here. I want to be able to find things, but at the same time, the whole FOMO, fear of missing out. Gotta find it all. We're trying to keep some of the, like, I know, like, I played through this game years ago. I wonder if we can sneak around from the side, back. I don't know if I can kill these things with a sniper where I have to use heavy equipment.
Shields disabled.
Oh, there's a person there. Well, I don't mind if Kane dies. 73 experience is pretty nice.
Shields down.
And if I can actually get a decent shot off, we take care of him pretty easily.
I think we're good, Commander.
And that's why I'm not worried. I love having a working sniper rifle. Assuming that actually hits.
Shepard! I'm bleeding out!
So, he's got something that must cut through shields or something. Apparently, I've got something that just makes me bleed out. Some stats effect. Where is he? Where is he? I'm beginning to think it's the hazards. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the hazards, not something else.
Someone give me a hand!
Yeah, didn't know. Okay, so hazards actually do something. But I still got the same amount of experience. Well then. Anybody else? Yeah, apparently so. Well, that's that.
Cover me.
Alright, let's save before we do something stupid. I wouldn't care about what I do in these areas so much, except there's some that actually are character specific.
Now it gets fun!
Oh, come on, that's hitting them. Nobody pro.
Lost shields.
Well, that's one way to do it. Easy enough. There's a few more on the upper level.
Not now, Commander.
Can't do anything there. Take all. Where is he? Ah, there he is.
You must die.
And that's why the AI is sometimes better. I wonder if headshots are actually a thing in this version. Alright. If we're going to go in closer combat, I'd rather take the assault rifle. Begin override. Take all. Which was loot all option. And worry about equipment after this. Man, I get fatigued way too easily.
Shield down.
As we do a dance. I got an inventory.
All clear, Commander.
Guessing that's the last of them. Nothing up here. Cool. Oh, wow. Take all. Malfunctioning object. Anything else in here? Desk. Here's evidence that the Asari Lini Savers and Nasana Dantius and important Ambassador Citadel are sisters. You should return to the Presidium and confront Nasana about this. Download evidence. Alrighty then. Alright then, that's all there is to this place. Cool. Don't do anything, we just leave. Well, before I go... Okay, I guess that was just a background object. And we're back on the outside. Why is this marker still here? We did the thing. Me. Okay, maybe we can't go, you know, above this angle. But still, the Mako can go pretty well anywhere. There we go. This thing does not turn around backwards very well. Oh, I'm back here? Okay, wow. We went the entirely wrong way of where I wanted to go. As I go the absolutely bumpiest way we could possibly do this. Yeah, this thing is really back heavy. So I can't do anything, you know, fancy to try and conserve momentum as we fly around. Or fly over something. And there's nothing out here. Lovely. So now we go south. In just a time, maybe I do want to have maps up these places. Oh well, Like I said, we're going to explore out, find out things. If we come across anything, well, we'll be interested. If not, we've gone for a nice scenic view. Good background music for ambience. See? There's something on the map here that we couldn't have found, or it didn't show up by itself, so yeah. Magnesium.
Cover me.
Why is you have to survey a mineral like this? Is there anything else on this rock? I figured there would be one, but nope, there's other ones, so who knows how many magnesium deposit. Well, maybe not magnesium, but how many interactable and explorable objectives there are on here. So at least I can go downhill faster. But I think we've pretty much got this area mapped. Oh, I was wrong. There, we've got stuff in the far edges. Oh boy. Okay, maybe if I come in from a different angle. This is not a better angle. What about over here? Okay, I think we can work with this. Maybe not. I can't believe this is working. Where's the uranium deposit? Right there. Cripes. Got a hunt for this one. Large amount of uranium. Alright, if this is the case, I'm gonna have to hunt down everywhere we are. Okay, that looks to be the end of it. Everything on this planet. So, return to the Normandy. Alright, let's see what else is in this system. Porolan is an enormous terrestrial planet, half again the size of Earth. Despite its thick atmosphere, the weak output of the red dwarf Mastodon leaves its surface biting cold. The crust is mainly composed of silica, but significant deposits of iron and industrial metals are present. Those lodes may prove rich enough to be profitably mined despite the heavy gravity. Matriarch writings are covered. Use scanning us. Planet's Porian. When you see signal come from orbit, determine the signal was from ancient beacon. Yusufshin brought the beacon aboard and found one of Matriarch Deyanaga's writings in its storage compartment. And this one's just for flavor text. It's the second of the giant terrestrial planets, and by far the most interesting. Most of the surface is covered by a vast sea of liquid ammonia, in which unique aquatic ammonia-based biosphere has developed. While the frozen continents are largely bereft of life, a rich body of complex organisms, many larger than a human, flourish in the chilly toxic seas. Well, deadly inhospitable to humans, but very suitable for colonization by the Volus. Negotiations between the Systems Alliance and the Volus patrons, the Turian hierarchy, have made good progress. Alright, and that's everything right here. So next, we'll head to Athens. Oh, we got a bit of a group out here. Alright, let's check the Pharos first. Distant Pharos has seen only a cursory examination by an unmanned probe. It has trace amounts of nitrogen and argon. Its surface is mainly composed of tin and with deposits of carbon. Deeper craters have been partially filled by ice, suggesting there may have been a significant amount of water locked up beneath its frozen surface. A large ice-bright crater in the northern hemisphere makes the planet visible from the inner system, leading to the planet's name. Turian insignia recovered. Scans of the planet Pharos received an abandoned base on its moon. The recon team found nothing of interest, but much of the difference is marked by the Magna Colony insignia. Alright, let's go check out Naskia. Trace of sodium in the atmosphere gives Naskia its overall dark gray color, but it's otherwise a typical hydrogen-helium gas giant. Abundance of water vapor in the upper atmosphere accounts for its white clouds. That's short and sweet. Right, Salamis. Geological properties of Salamis have been scanned from orbit, but little else is known about it. Due to its thick carbon dioxide atmosphere and proximity to the energetic star Athens, the equatorial daytime temperatures have been known to turn the surface molten. The crust is composed of iron with deposits of platinum group metals. Alright, let's check out Circe. Circe is moderately sized hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of sulfur and chlorine. These give it striking yellow-green tint. As development of the Proteus colonies continues, Circe will likely be developed for helium-3 mining. While scanning the gas giant, you detect a large concentration of helium-3. And finally, Proteus. Like the Hanar homeworld, Proteus has more than 9% oceanic cover. The incredible heat thrown off from Athens raises global humidity 100%, creates constant cloud cover, and powers colossal typhoons that rage across the surface year-round. Hot, humid, and storm-racked Proteus, rare combination of oxygen, nutrient, atmosphere, and carbon-based biosphere, nevertheless recommended for colonization. A pilot program is studying the possibility of colonies below the ocean surface, safe from the worst effects of the weather. You found a large amount of free oxygen. And that looks to be this area. Alright. Let's check out Knossos. Alright, from left to right, Acneus. A small hydrogen helium gas giant, Arachnes. Arcanis has been developed as a full-featured, if modest, stopover of ships hauling refined materials from Therm. In addition to a powerful magnetic field to dump drive charge, Arcanis has a large automated infrastructure of helium-3 refining and deuterium mining on its many water ice moons. A large amount of nitrogen. And Zakros is a terrestrial world with a nitrogen methane atmosphere containing trace amounts of hydrocarbons. Its frigid surface is mainly composed of water ice and hydrocarbon slush. Most of the surface is not solid enough to support the full weight of a landed ship. If approach is necessary, use shuttles or keep the ship's mass effect envelope up. Oh, we got some here. Therium is a distant but rich industrial world claimed by the Human Systems Alliance. Its plentiful heavy materials are fueled the recent manufacturing boom on Earth. Core samples rich with fossils of simple silicon-based organisms indicate Therium was more habitable in the past than in its present. Perhaps this explains the many Prothean ruins dotting the surface, many of which have been looted by mining corporations. Alright, what do we got here? So, what I think we'll do is I'll just do a cursory loop around the planet, check things out, and before we leave, we'll check the map and see if there's anything on here. Okay, this is not what I expected.
Commander, I'm picking up some strange readings. Really strange, like off the damn charts. It looks like it's coming from an underground complex a few clicks away from the drop zone.
Or is this the actual mission? I think this might be the actual mission. What's this place? Just a loop. Alright. Don't drive into lava, methinks. I'm gonna bet if we took a dump out there. No, maybe not the best words. Jump out there. That was a quick level up. If I remember right, these story missions don't really have anything to explore. It's just follow the path and go from there. Guessing that was a safe one.
This route's a no-go. They have height and cover.
I don't think we can take that strong point head on.
We can, but it's best not to. There's something over there, but there's also something over here. Well, I was hoping to climb right over it, but eh. There, take care of that. Spin around. I'm determined to get this thing stuck. But they actually do make it pretty hard to get this thing stuck. But it is possible. That's one way to do it. Man, it's good. Wow, surprisingly, it's a breathable terrain. That's right, I can dodge rockets. Take all. Can I... Well, at least it can't hit me, but I don't know if I'm actually doing damage to it. I'm guessing not.
I'm a little busy here.
So, let's get back. Did I leave the Banco in a bad spot? No, I'm actually over here, away from where they could see there. Oh, there's a crate. Okay, we've had our fun. Man, we're just gonna level ups all over the place. So even if we came this way, we won't be able to do anything because that path, the door was blocked. Seriously, what is up with that other one? Oh, nothing on the... Okay, this one doesn't have anything. Fair enough. I'm nowhere here. Because, you know, bad ideas. Well, surprised we can do override from here. Take all. I should really look into switching on my sniper rifle.
I think my eyeballs are dried out.
Random comment. I mean, it's a volcanic planet, but still, random comment. Anyway, squad. Wait, no, equipment. Take all. Alright. For me, sniper rifle. What do I got here? Better damage, less accuracy. Okay. Better damage, better heat sink capacity. So we can do 4 shots before we overload. Accuracy goes down a bit. next up, assault rifle. Better damage, overheats faster, and accuracy rating. Oh, that's better overall. Good. And we're at it. Ashley, let's give you the other Lancer. Wait, that's Keen. Never mind. I'm not going to have you on the assault rifle, so do that. Might as well stick on the same one. As for me, got that. Grenades and better on that side. Better all around. Yeah, let's take Phoenix. Not as good as his. Fair enough. Duration bonus, power, cooldown bonus. Let's go with that. Okay. And squad. And quite a few level ups here. That available, and heavy armor. Good enough for now, and for me. Max that out. Store discount. Go with that for the moment. Alright, so we do have that, but I want to go find out that other guy. Over there. Come on, I can make that. I can make that. I've driven up a steeper hill. Or is he on the other side of this mess? Okay, he's on it. Never mind. He's on the other side of this mess. So, okay. Yeah, we gotta spin it like that. Yeah, the Mako doesn't control the best in terms of maneuverability, but in terms of being able to travel around, it can go pretty much like up almost any slope that's less than 60 degrees. Just snipe him from a distance. There's the other one. There he is. Easy enough. Of course, we're getting around more dangerous topography here. Am I using that word right? I don't think I am. There's another flyby. Well, there we go. Now we're leveling up. Around the corner. Around the corner. Ow. Come on. Overheated, of course. At least we can do... just run them over. Alright. Well, can't get off the beaten path with this one. It's a tunnel. Well, we found another save point. Well, quick save point, I should say. Actually, let's manually save. Well, manually quick save. Well, he missed a point blank range. And that was a lot of money that Geth was carrying. I figured they'd have something hidden there. And surprisingly, I spun that around without crashing into something. Alright. Just quickly change screens here for a second. And there we go, back to business. Oh, I did get him. I forgot I ran him over. Dead ahead. I see you, barricade, and I don't care. Ugh. Okay. Back it up. I want to get this spun around for a quick escape. There we go. Cover. That's one down. There's the next one popping out. I don't get how I get headshot at a robot, but
all targets down.
We'll move on.
Enemy contact. Shields disabled.
Where are they?
Countermeasure deployed. Shields disabled.
There we go. Thank goodness my health recovers. There we go. That should have hit him. Oh, it also tells me how far I am from target. Interesting.
I'm a little busy here.
Okay, it is dead. Alright. I swear, accuracy checks in games like this. Okay, that one was me. Nope, I just fried his hard drive. Ow! Oh, that was my guy shooting me. I wonder if that translates as something. Be fun if they were swearing in binary. Alright, where are we? Everything's up ahead, huh? Agile robots. Always fun. Cover, cover.
Not in the middle.
There we go, take care of that.
Shields down.
Okay, takes care of that headache. Yeah, as long as I stay back here, it can't hit me. I just want to find the jumper. Alright, I think it's away, so... might as well.
Good to go, Commander.
Get her back in the fight. Slash be a distraction. Alright, I guess we got them all. Or is it? Yeah, we're doing damage. Well, I was hoping for the grenade to do the job, but eh. Alright, where's that thing? Alright. That's everything over here.
Good, Commander.
let's go in here and see what else awaits us. Where is he? I mean, we had the... There we go.
Metagel deployed.
That's not the fun I wanted. That's the fun I wanted.
All clear, Commander.
What else is down here?
Dare you to spit over the side.
Well, can't do anything with that. Big old shield. Good old gray Black Ops wear. Me. Well, we had to differentiate me as the commander somehow.
Tiles in those holes remind me of a bathroom floor.
And another loading screen. Oh, we're going further down. I figure we just go back down, like come back up behind the shield sign. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all.
Hello? Could somebody help me? Please? Can you hear me out there? I'm trapped. I need help.
Are you okay? What happened to you?
Listen, this thing I'm in is a Prothean security device. I cannot move, so I need you to get me out of it, all right?
Your mother is working with Saren. Whose side are you on?
What? I am not on anybody's side. I may be Benezia's daughter, but I'm nothing like her. I have not spoken to her in years. Please, just get me out of here.
How'd you end up in there?
I was exploring the ruins when the Geth showed up, so I hid in here. Can you believe that? Geth, beyond the veil! I activated the tower's defenses. I knew the barrier curtains would keep them out. When I turned it on, I must have hit something I wasn't supposed to. I was trapped in here. You must get me out, please!
Stay
calm. We'll
calm.
find some way to help you.
There is a control in here that should deactivate this thing. You'll have to find some way past the barrier curtain. That's the tricky part. The defenses cannot be shut off from the outside. I don't know how you'll get in here.
It'll blow a hole in the wall.
Be careful. There is a Krogan with the Geth. They have been trying different ways to get past the barrier.
Jammed. Well. Did we get the other one already? Why aim for him when I can hit a non-moving target? Just Bring it down there and we'll shoot him the old-fashioned way in the face. Still being jammed. I should hope it hit him. That range. Alright, manual override. Take all. Ooh, another one. Actually, that's something I should be looking into. Against organics, personnel rounds. Better for shields, not as good for other things. Alright. I don't really care about that. I do want that, though. I can't barrel. That's better for an assault rifle. Good for that. Alright, but as for you... I won't worry about... Well, maybe I will. Anything else around here to loot? Any way to get up there, or that's just... I think that's just a show. Another one of these. Well, that jumped quickly. Nope, can't go anywhere else, so... Interesting elevator.
How did you get in here? I didn't think there was any way past the barrier.
We blasted through with the mining laser.
Of course. Yes, that makes sense. Please, get me out of here before more Geth arrive. That button over there should shut down this containment field.
Surprisingly, didn't blow it up.
Any idea how we get out of this place?
There is an elevator back in the center of the tower, At least I think it's an elevator. It should take us out of here. Come on! I still cannot believe all this. Why would the Geth come after me? Do you think Benezia's involved?
Oh, we know she is.
Saren's looking for the conduit. You're a Prothean expert. He probably wants you to help him find it.
The conduit, but I don't know.
What the hell was that?
That would be our company.
These ruins are not stable. That mining laser must have triggered a seismic event.
Oh, it was just us. Never mind.
We have to hurry. The whole place is caving in.
Joker, get the Normandy airborne and lock in on my signal. On the double, mister.
Aye, aye, Commander. Secure and away. ETA 8 minutes.
Not much margin for error.
I don't know how the other one goes.
Surrender. Or don't. That would be more fun.
In case you didn't notice, this place is falling apart.
Exhilarating, isn't it? Thanks for getting rid of those energy fields for us. Hand the doctor over.
Whatever it is you want, you are not getting it from me.
She'll stay with us, thanks.
Not an option. Saren wants her, and he always gets what he wants.
Not this time.
Kill them. Spare the Asari if you can. If not, doesn't matter.
Lost shields.
There's the other one. Okay, that one was me. That one was on me.
Here it comes.
That's why Krogan boots are a pain.
Kill them. Spare the Asari if you can. If not, doesn't matter.
There's that one. He already used it up, didn't he? Why are you on? You're good. Well, that was... a lot easier than last time. A hell of a lot easier than last time. Like you need to tell them? They all should be running still. Look, this thing is about to explode. Well, we are on a volcanic planet, so yeah. I don't know, I think it was just earthquakes, not the volcanic kind of seismic activity, but I mean, still.
Too close, Commander. 10 more seconds we would have been swimming in molten sulfur.
Okay, maybe
the Normandy isn't equipped to land in exploding volcanoes. They tend to fry our sensors and melt our hull. Just for future reference.
We almost died out there, and your pilot is making jokes?
Joker pulled our asses out of there. I think he's earned the right to a few bad jokes.
I see. It must be a human thing. I don't have a lot of experience dealing with your species, Commander. But I am grateful to you. You saved my life back there, and not just from the volcano. Those Geth would have killed me or dragged me off to Saren.
What did Saren want with you? Do you know something about the conduit?
Only that it was somehow connected to the Prothean extinction. That is my real area of expertise. I have spent the past 50 years trying to figure out what happened to them.
How old are you exactly?
I hate to admit it, but I am only 106.
Damn! I hope I look that good when I'm your age.
A century may seem like a long time to a short-lived species like yours. But among the Asari, I am barely considered more than a child. That is why my research has not received the attention it deserves. Because of my youth, other Asari scholars tend to dismiss my theories on what happened to the Protheans.
I've got my own theory on why the Protheans disappeared.
With all due respect, Commander, I have heard every theory out there. The problem is finding evidence to support them. The Protheans left remarkably little behind. It is almost as if someone did not want the mystery solved. It is like someone came along after the Protheans were gone and cleansed the galaxy of clues. But here is the incredible part. According to my findings, the Protheans were not the first galactic civilization to mysteriously vanish. This cycle began long before them.
Where'd you come up with this theory? I thought there wasn't any evidence.
I have been working on this for 50 years. I have tracked down every scrap and shred of evidence. Eventually, subtle patterns start to emerge, patterns that hint at the truth. It is difficult to explain to someone else. I cannot point to one specific thing to prove my case. It is more a feeling derived from a half-century of dedicated research. But I know I'm right, and eventually I will be able to prove it. There were other civilizations before the Protheans. This cycle has repeated itself many times over.
If the Protheans weren't the first, then who was?
I don't know. There is barely any evidence on the Protheans, even less on those who came before them. I cannot prove my theory, but I know I am right. The galaxy is built on a cycle of extinction. Each time a great civilization rises up, it is suddenly and violently cast down. Only ruins survive. The Protheans rose up from a single world until their empire spanned the entire galaxy. Yet even they climbed to the top on the remains of those who came before. Their greatest achievements, the mass relays and the Citadel, are based on the technology of those who came before them. And then, like all the other forgotten civilizations throughout galactic history, the Protheans disappeared. I have dedicated my life to figuring out why.
They were wiped out by a race of sentient machines. The Reapers.
The Reapers? But I have never heard of. How do you know this? What evidence do you have?
There was a damaged Prothean beacon on Eden Prime. It burned a vision into my brain. I'm still trying to sort out what it all means.
Visions. Yes, that makes sense. The beacons were designed to transmit information directly into the mind of the user. Finding one that still works is extremely rare. No wonder the Geth attacked Eden Prime. The chance to acquire a working beacon, even a badly damaged one, is worth almost any risk. But the beacons were only programmed to interact with Prothean physiology. Whatever information you received would have been confused, unclear.
Which makes sense.
I am amazed you were able to make sense of it at all. A lesser mind would have been utterly destroyed by the process. You must be remarkably strong-willed, Commander.
Okay, this isn't helping us find Saren or the conduit.
Of course, you're right. I am sorry, my scientific curiosity got the better of me. Unfortunately, I do not have any information that could help you find the conduit, or Saren.
I don't know why Saren wanted you out of the picture, but I think we'll be a lot better off if we bring you along.
Thank you, Commander.
Yep.
Saren might come after me again. I cannot think of anywhere safer than here on your ship. And my knowledge of the Protheans might be useful
crack
later
the
on.
hand.
And her biotics will come in handy when the fighting starts.
Good to have you on the team, Liara.
Thank you, Commander. I am very grateful. Oh, I am afraid I am feeling a bit lightheaded.
When was the last time you ate? Or slept? Dr. Chakwas should take a look at you.
It is probably just mental exhaustion, coupled with the shock of discovering the Prothean's true fate.
And you were probably trapped in there
I
a
need
few
some time
days.
to process all this. Still, it could not hurt to be examined by a medical professional. It will give me the chance to think things over. Are we finished here, Commander?
We can talk again after you've seen the doctor. The rest of you, dismissed.
Mission reports are filed, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Yeah, I could be an ass, but no, let's
patch
play
him
by the
through,
book.
Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
We've received your report, Commander. I understand Dr. Tassoni is on the Normandy.
I assume you're taking the necessary security precautions.
Liara's on our side. The Geth were trying to kill her.
Benezia would never allow Saren to kill her daughter.
Maybe she doesn't know.
Or maybe we don't know her. We never expected she could become a traitor.
At least the mission was a success.
Apart from the utter destruction of a major Prothean ruin. Was that really necessary, Shepard?
The Geth were crawling all over those ruins. We were lucky to make it out alive.
Yeah, we could always shut them
Of
up
course,
that way,
Commander.
but they never
The mission
go so
must
well.
always take priority.
Good luck, Commander. Remember, we are all counting on you.
And there we go, first mission down. Yeah, if we came back here as the third mission, so we can do any of the planets in order, she's a little delirious. Anything new,
Yes,
Professor?
Commander?
Speak freely.
I trust you, Commander.
Nope, nothing new.
Carry on, Preston.
Yes, sir.
See if Joker has anything new to say. Seriously, why do we have a stamina limit in safe areas like this?
I prefer gold to silver, you know, for my medal. I figured you'd recommend me for one since I, pulled your boots out of the fire.
If we present you with a medal, you'll end up sitting on stage listening to politicians make speeches for a couple of hours. Fun, fun.
That's a good point. They'd probably make me shave, too. I spent the last 7 weeks working on this baby. No medal's worth that. So, Commander, why don't you tell me why you're really here?
How's the Normandy performing? Is she everything
She's
they
the best
say?
ship in the fleet. Balance isn't what you'd expect. The
Yeah,
Normandy's
it says same
probably
things.
too much ship for your average Alliance pilot, Commander. Lucky
I like to know my crew. Mind if
I can see where this is. You want me? Top of my class in flight school? I earned that. All those commendations in my
Yeah,
file?
we'll stick with that.
What are you
You
talking?
mean, okay, I've got, even,
Yeah,
put the
we don't-
Normandy in my hands and I'll make
Yeah,
it.
I have to
That's
go.
all right, see you.
Nothing new there, but... yeah. Alright, so that's everything in here. Come on. We'll go talk to, they're probably in here. What? Really? No?
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Oh, she gets the station.
Commander,
I love it.
are
Like,
you
normal,
coming
then
to check up on
squint.
You look much better. How are you feeling?
Dr. Chakwas assures me I am going to be fine. I was impressed with her knowledge of Asari physiology.
You're in good hands. Dr. Chakwas knows what she's doing.
I never properly thanked you for saving me from the Geth, Commander. If you hadn't shown up,
I'm just glad we got there in time.
so am I. I know you took a chance bringing me aboard this ship. I have seen the way your crew looks at me. They do not trust me. But I am not like Benezia. I will do whatever I can to help you stop Saren. I promise.
Don't worry, Liara. I trust you. I know you won't let me down.
That's kind
It
of,
means
you
a
know,
lot to hear you
jumping
say
ahead.
that, Commander. Thank you.
Do you know why Benezia joined up with Saren?
I don't understand it. She was always outspoken about the need for the Asari to become more involved in shaping galactic events. Maybe she thought allying herself with Saren would somehow be for the greater good in the long run. At least I hope so.
This hurts you, doesn't it?
None of this makes any sense to me. I have not spoken to Benezia in many years, but I know her, and this was not like her. Something changed.
Tell me about yourself, Liara.
Me? I am afraid I am not very interesting, Commander. I spend most of my time on remote digs, unearthing mundane items buried in long-forgotten Prothean ruins.
Sounds dangerous. And lonely.
Sometimes I would run afoul of indigenous life forms or stumble across a small band of mercenaries or privateers, but I was always careful. Until the Geth followed me to Artemis Tau, I never found myself in any situation my biotics could not handle. As for the solitude, well, that is one aspect that most appealed to me. Sometimes I just need to get away from other people.
You don't like other people?
I suppose it comes from being a matriarch's daughter. People expected me to follow in Benezia's footsteps. They wanted me to become a leader of our people. Matriarchs guide their followers into the future. They seek the truth of what is yet to come. Maybe that's why I became so interested in the secrets of the past. It sounds so foolish when I say it out loud. It sounds like I became an archaeologist simply to spite Benezia.
All children rebel against their parents. It's a natural part of growing up.
Aha, you share the wisdom of the matriarch, Shepard. That is exactly what Benezia said when I told her of my decision. But there was more to it than that. I felt drawn to the past. The Protheans were these wondrous, mysterious figures. I wanted to know everything about them. That is why I find you so fascinating. You were marked by the beacon on Eden Prime. You were touched by working Prothean technology.
I felt like you want to dissect me in a lab somewhere.
What? No! I did not mean to insinuate. I never meant to offend you, Shepard. I only meant that you would be an interesting specimen for an in-depth study. No, that's even worse.
Calm down, Liara. I was only joking.
Joking? Oh, by the goddess, how could I be so dense? You must think I am a complete and utter fool.
High in score.
Now you know why I prefer to spend my time in the field with data disks and computers. I always seem to say something embarrassing around other people. Please, just pretend this conversation never happened.
I'd like to know more about the Asari.
We were the first species to discover the Citadel. We were instrumental in forming the Council, and we always strive to be the voice of peaceful cooperation in galactic disputes. My people believe we are all part of a single galactic community. Each species contributes something to the greater whole. Although we seek to understand other species, it seems few of them seek to understand us. The galaxy is filled with rumors and misinformation about my people.
Such
like
as?
What?
Most of the inaccuracies are centered around our mating rituals. My species is monogendered. Male and female have no real meaning for us. We still require a partner to reproduce. This second parent, however, may be of any species and any gender.
I don't understand. Your species can mate with anyone?
Mating is not quite the proper term, not as you understand it. Physical contact may or may not be involved, but it is not an essential element of the union. The true connection is mental. Our physiology allows us to meld with other beings. We can touch the very depths of their minds. We explore the genetic memory of their species. We share the most basic elements of their individual and racial identities. We then pass these traits on to our daughters. It is how we learn to grow as a species and how we develop a greater understanding of other races.
What happens to your partner after the union?
Every relationship is different. Some unions are a single encounter with both parents parting ways afterwards. Others can be more long-term. Sometimes an Asari and her partner will stay together for many decades.
Do you know who Matriarch Benezia chose as her partner?
She rarely spoke of her partner. Though I know my father, if you want to use that term, was another Asari.
I thought you always needed another species to serve as one of the parents.
Think about it, Shepard. If we were not able to mate with our own species, we would have died out long before we ever mastered spaceflight and left our homeworld. Union with our own kind is no longer common, not for the purposes of reproduction. Most Asari believe it weakens our species. Asari daughters inherit racial traits from the father species. If both parents are Asari, then nothing has been gained, or so conventional wisdom would hold. I am what is sometimes called a pureblood. Though no Asari would ever be cruel enough to say the word to my face, it is a great insult among my people.
It is possible Benezia's partner was embarrassed by their union. She may have been too ashamed to publicly acknowledge me as her offspring.
Maybe she wanted to meet you but couldn't. Something could have happened to her. Maybe she passed away.
You might be right. I hope you are. But I have no way to know for sure. Benezia never spoke of her partner. Whatever happened, it caused her too much pain to dwell on it. She raised me by herself, though that is not uncommon. Many Asari raise their children alone, particularly if the father species is short-lived. Often the partner will pass on long before the child reaches maturity.
How do they deal with that?
You Asari live for 1,000 years. What happens when your partner dies?
Few sapient species live as long as my kind. We have learned to take a philosophical approach to our unions. We do not focus on the inevitable loss of our partners. Instead, we enjoy the time we spend with them. And even after they're gone, a part of them lives on in us. The union is a connection that transcends both time and space.
Alright, that's everything.
Go.
Goodbye, Shepard.
Just in case. Top up. Alright, Kane, anything new?
Anything you need, Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Dr. Tassoni.
Yeah.
Seems like a sweet girl. Easy on the eyes. I mean, if you like the bookish sort.
Just remember, Lieutenant, I saw her first.
Only by a few seconds, sir.
What's your opinion on the last?
I mean, if you like the bookish sort.
There we go.
Any intentions there, Lieutenant?
No, Commander. Just art appreciation.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
Is this an official evaluation, Commander? Or off the record?
Alenko, when it's just you and me, you can consider it off the record.
That's a generous attitude. Okay. I think there's something wrong with all this. This Saren is looking for records on some kind of galactic extinction, but we can't get backup from the Council? Sorry, Commander. There's writing on the wall here, but someone isn't reading it.
The Council doesn't want to believe anything's wrong. I'd call it human nature, but...
I hear you. It just seems like a group that's been around as long as the Council should see this coming. Sorry if I got too informal. Protocol wasn't a big focus back in Bot.
Tell me about it.
Biotic acclimation and temperance.
Okay, that's what it stands for.
Didn't last past the airlock. To the kids they hauled in, it was brain camp. Sorry, hauled in is unkind. We were encouraged to commit to an evaluation of our abilities so an understanding of biotics could be compiled. There are worse results of accidental exposure to Element Zero in the womb. Beats the brain tumors some kids grew up with.
Is there some question about how you were exposed?
My mother was downwind of a transport crash. It was before there were human biotics, a little after the discovery of the Martian ruins.
Wow, that wasn't too far.
Around
that wasn't too way ago then.
63 when Kinetics was running out of first-gen subjects. Until then, they'd relied on accidentals. Bunch of guys in suits show up at your door after school, and next thing you know, you're out on Jump Zero.
Jump Zero is Gagarin Station, right? What's it like?
Yeah, that's the official name. Biggest and farthest facility we had for decades. Right on the termination shock, the outer edge of the solar system. It's where they did all the Goose Chase FTL research before we caught on to using mass effect fields. It was a sterile research platform when I was there.
There were other kids in the same boat, right? At least you weren't alone out there.
That's true. We did have a little circle that'd get together every night before lights out. We didn't have much to do, though. It was a research platform then, and Kinetics kept Jump Zero off the extranet to prevent leaks.
Then you must have had plenty of time to get to know each other.
Yeah, we'd sit around and bull every night after dinner, play cards or network games. There was this girl named Rana, who had a little circle grow up around her. She was from Turkey. Her family was very rich. But she was smart and charming as hell. Beautiful, but not stuck up about it. I think you'd have liked her.
Sounds like she was special to you.
She was. Maybe she felt the same, but things never felt together. Training, you know.
You know of any intentional exposures for certain?
No one knows. Doesn't mean they didn't happen. As big as the exposures were, it was hard to track down accidentals. It was different then. No one knew the potential, so there wasn't a lot of regulation. Anything Kinetics did was gold. I'm not saying they intentionally detonated drives over our outposts, but in retrospect, they were damn quick on the scene.
Jump Zero's a long way from home. What was it like?
The Grand Gateway to Humanity looks a lot better in the vids. But that's my own baggage, Commander. No bearing on this.
Alenko, there's no regulation that says you can't be friends with your commander.
I appreciate that, Commander. I just don't want you to think that I'm a whiner. Besides, I've got my past squared away. Anything you need, Commander?
Anything more?
Just trying to get a sense of
I've
where...
wasted enough of your time for now, Commander. We'll have time for Commander?
Alright, anything new in here? Music? Nope. Just wish we could get these elevator scenes loaded faster. I know my computer can handle it. It's more of just in-world requirements.
So, we've got Saren on the run.
It won't be long now. Saren's good, but I'm better.
Good? He's rotten. To the core. I could tell as soon as I met him.
Why didn't you tell me this sooner?
I would've if I thought it was important.
I think I'd like to hear about it just the same.
This was a while ago. A bunch of mercs were bragging about a job out near the edges of the Terminus systems. They said it paid well and the boss was never around to ride them. They said he was looking for more men, too. So I checked it out.
I didn't know Saren was openly recruiting mercs.
It wasn't that open, and he only showed his face once. We'd been raiding ships in the area for months when we took out this massive cargo freighter. Our biggest haul yet.
Mm-hmm.
I was on board checking bodies for valuables, looking for some extra credits. That's when I saw him.
What was he doing?
What did Saren want with the ship?
I don't know what he wanted. He was just moving through the ship, watching. Couple of the mercs called him by name, but he never spoke to them. Never spoke to anyone. I had a really bad feeling about him, so I got the hell out. Didn't even wait to get paid.
What kind of cargo was the freighter carrying? What was Saren after?
I don't know. All I saw on that ship was food and medical supplies. There were some basic weapons, but nothing big. If there was anything of value on that ship, I didn't see it. That's why I didn't mention it sooner.
Okay.
Whose ship was it?
It was a Volus trading vessel. Big one. Lots of guards. But they were no match for us.
That's the only time you saw him?
Yeah. Didn't even know who he was. Still wouldn't if I hadn't joined up with you. But my instincts were right. Every other merc on that mission turned up dead within a week. Every damn one.
Anything else?
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Shepard.
Commander, you have a minute to talk?
I keep an open door policy. If you have any concerns, lay them on me.
All right. I know things are different aboard the Normandy, but I'm concerned about the aliens, Vakarian and Rex. With all due respect, Commander, should they have full access to the ship?
Let's have the benefit of the doubt, even though we know
They may not
otherwise.
serve the Alliance, Chief, but they're allies. At least as far as Saren goes.
This is the most advanced ship in the Alliance Navy. I don't think we should give them free rein to poke around the vital systems. Engines, sensors, weapons.
Let's go.
You don't trust the Alliance's allies?
I'm not sure I'd call the Council races allies. We, humanity, have to learn to rely on ourselves.
Standing up for ourselves doesn't mean standing alone.
I don't think we should turn down allies. I just think we shouldn't bet everything on them staying allies. As noble as the Council members seem now, if their backs are against the wall, they'll abandon us.
You've got a pessimistic view of the universe, Williams.
A pessimist is what an optimist calls a realist. Look, if you're fighting a bear and the only way for you to survive is to sick your dog on it and run, you'll do it. As much as you love your dog, it isn't human. It's not racism, not really. Members of their species will always be more important to them than humans are.
These seem like deeply held beliefs, Williams. What made you think this way?
My family's defended the Alliance since it was founded. My father, grandfather, great-grandmother, they all picked up a rifle and swore the oath of service. I guess we just tend to think of Earth's interests as our own.
All right. I can see where your concerns are coming from, Williams. But this is a multilateral mission. You're going to have to work with aliens, like it or not.
It won't be a problem, Commander. You say jump, I say how high. You tell me to kiss a Turian, I'll ask which cheek.
Would you kiss anyone I ordered you to?
That depends, sir. If you ordered me to kiss a superior officer, that would be a violation of the regs concerning fraternization. That would make it an illegal order. I'd be required to decline and relieve you of command. Sir.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Not sure I buy Dr. Tassoni's story about her and her mom not talking. They're family, right?
I think she's being straight with us. Or at least, I don't think she lies very often.
Yeah, she's probably really bad at it. Hey, want me to ask her about her sex life? Might be illuminating.
I don't think she's used to teasing. Good-natured or otherwise.
No fun, Commander. Too bad those ruins got destroyed. I mean, they lasted thousands of years. That's impressive.
Yeah, we took a few Samus Aran classes, how to blow up things after the mission's over.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
And
not sure I'd buy Dr. Tassoni's story about
We'll
her
say
and
that
her
too.
mom.
I'm not sure I believe it either. It's better to have her where we can see her.
That makes sense. Too bad those ruins got destroyed. I mean, they lasted thousands of years.
We'll talk later.
Looking
All right,
forward to
that's
it, sir.
And finally, Garrus.
Commander, how are you?
UNC-Sec.
Why did you want to be a C-Sec officer in the first place?
That's a good question. There were several reasons, I guess.
Like what?
Probably the same as most officers. I wanted to fight injustice, wanted to help people. I guess my father had something to do with it too. He was C-Sec, one of the best. I grew up hearing about his accomplishments or seeing his picture on the vids after a big arrest. He's taking my resignation pretty hard.
That's tough. But you'd think he'd be impressed you're going after Saren.
My father's a C-Sec man to the bone. Do things right or don't do them at all, he says. He thinks I'm being too rash, too impatient. He's worried I'll become just like Saren. He actually talked me out of becoming a Spectre when I was younger, for the same reasons.
You were asked to be a Spectre?
Well, I was targeted as a possible Spectre candidate. Me and about 1,000 other Turian military recruits. I could have received special training, but my father didn't like it.
He despises the Spectres. He hates the idea of someone having unlimited power with no accountability. He wouldn't like you, Commander. No offense.
I suppose I can understand his concern.
Where have we met a Turian who's in
But Saren's
C-Sec
not going to play by
and
our
has a
rules in C-Sec.
strong dislike of
If you want to nail
Spectres?
Saren, you need to send someone who isn't restricted by policies and procedures.
Just because you can break the rules doesn't mean you should. I don't need to stoop to Saren's level to stop him. And neither do you, Garrus.
I see what you mean, but I'll think about it. Thanks, Commander.
And actually remember to talk to Tali this time.
Your ship's amazing, Shepard. I've never seen a drive core like this before. I can't believe you were able to fit it into a ship this small. I'm starting to understand why you humans have been so successful. I had no idea Alliance vessels were so advanced.
The Normandy's a prototype. Cutting-edge technology.
A month ago, I was patching a makeshift fuel line into a converted tug ship in the flotilla. Now, I'm sitting on board one of the most advanced vessels in Citadel space.
Yep.
I have to thank you again for bringing me along. Traveling on a vessel like this is a dream come true for me.
I had no idea you found ship technology so interesting.
It comes with being a Quarian. The migrant fleet is the key to the survival of my people. Ships are our most valuable resource. But we don't have anything like this. We make do with cast-offs and second-hand equipment. We just try to keep them running for as long as we can. Some of the fleet's larger vessels date all the way back to our original flight from the Geth.
I can't believe your fleet's still using ships that are 3 centuries old.
They're constantly being repaired, modified, and refitted. They aren't pretty, but they work. Mostly. We've tried to make ourselves as independent as possible on the flotilla, grow our own food, mine and process our own fuel. But some things we just can't make on our own. A patch to maintain the hull integrity requires raw materials we just don't have. That's why our pilgrimages are so important.
Alright.
Tell me about your people.
Our lives aren't easy. Resources are scarce, and we are constantly on the move. Everything we do must in some way contribute to the continuation of the migrant fleet. There are 17 million Quarians in the flotilla, and each of us relies on the others for survival. The bonds among my people are strong. Unfortunately, we have had to surrender many of the freedoms and civil liberties other species take for granted.
Like what?
What kind of freedoms?
Well, it's illegal for parents to have more than one child. If our population grows too much, it would strain our resources to their breaking point. Of course, we also can't allow our numbers to become too few. If our population is in decline, the rule against single births is temporarily repealed. In extreme cases of population decline, incentives are even offered to encourage multiple births, though the Conclave hasn't had to take such measures in nearly a century.
That's your government.
The Conclave is our civilian branch of government. Each ship can elect a representative to serve on the Conclave and make decisions that affect the fleet as a whole. On matters that affect an individual ship, however, the captain has the final say. It's a tradition that dates back to the early days, when the fleet was governed by martial law. Fortunately, most captains nowadays are smart enough to have an elected council from their crew to give them advice and guidance.
So the ultimate power rests with elected officials.
In practice, the Conclave and the respective council for each ship tend to set the rules that govern our daily lives. But in theory, we are still under military jurisdiction. The 5 top-ranking military officials in the fleet serve on the Admiralty Board. These 5 have the power to overrule any decision by the Conclave in case of emergency. To do so requires unanimous agreement among the Admiralty, and they can only do this once. After that, the entire board must resign their posts. It's a safeguard that served us well. In nearly 3 centuries, the Admiralty Board has only overruled the Conclave 4 times.
Alright, let's find
I want to know more about the Geth.
I doubt I can tell you anything you don't already know. It's been almost 3 centuries since they drove my people into exile. All I know is the story of their origins. What they were when we created them, and how they turned on us.
So tell us.
Interesting.
The Geth were originally created to serve as an automated manual labor force. Initially, their intelligence was as limited as any VI. Over time, we made small modifications to their programming to allow them to perform more varied and complex tasks, bringing them closer and closer to true AI status.
How come the Council didn't step in and stop you?
This wasn't true AI research. We may have been skirting the bounds of the law, but we never did anything that was actually illegal. The changes were so insignificant, so gradual, that we were able to control them. Or so we thought. But one thing we underestimated was the power of the neural network. 1 million Geth thinking simultaneously created an inherently unstable matrix.
So, the Geth share brain power?
To a degree.
Many of the Geth's logic systems were designed to work in concert with other nearby Geth. Basically, the more of them you have in a group, the smarter they are.
So there's some sort of group consciousness?
No, nothing like that. They cannot share sensory data or information. Their programming cannot handle that much simultaneous input.
That you know of.
Each Geth maintains an individual awareness and identity. The neural network only operates on a process-based level. It's basically the synthetic equivalent of a subconscious. But when they're in close proximity, they can coordinate low-level functional processes, freeing up more capacity for original or independent thought.
I don't get
that. Doesn't make any sense.
I'm probably oversimplifying. The Geth are incredibly advanced and complex creations. All you need to know is that they get smarter when they gather in large numbers. As we built more and more Geth, their effective intelligence became more sophisticated, more abstract. One day, a Geth began to ask its Quarian overseer questions about the nature of its existence. Am I alive? Why am I here? What is my purpose? As you can imagine, this caused a near panic among my people.
I don't see what's so bad about those questions.
The Geth were created to engage in mundane, repetitive, or dangerous manual labor. That's fine for machines, but it won't satisfy a sentient being for long. The Geth were showing signs of rudimentary self-awareness and independent thought. If the Geth were intelligent, then we were essentially using them as slaves. It was inevitable the newly sentient Geth would rebel against their situation. We knew they would rise up against us, so we acted first. A general order went out across all Quarian-controlled systems to permanently deactivate all Geth. The Geth responded to this order violently.
You can't blame them for fighting for their survival.
We had no other choice. The Geth were already on the verge of revolution. By acting quickly, we had a chance to end the war before it began. The hope was that most of the Geth would still be little more than machines, incapable of organized resistance. But they had progressed much further than anyone anticipated. The war was long and bloody. Millions upon millions of Quarians died at their hands. In the end, we were forced to flee our own homeworld. We feared the Geth would pursue us, but they never came beyond the Veil. Now we drift through space, exile, searching for a way to reclaim what was once ours.
It's hard to feel sorry for you. Your ancestors tried to wipe out another species.
We made a mistake when we created the Geth in the first place. But we did not make a mistake when we went to war against them. If we had not acted, they would have wiped us out.
Tactical advantage.
They're a synthetic life form. They have no use for organics. None. Why do you think they cut themselves off from the rest of the galaxy? Why do you think they've killed every organic being who's ever tried to contact them?
They didn't kill Saren.
What does that tell you? The Geth are not innocent victims in all this. They're the enemy. They want to destroy us. Not just the Quarians. All organic life. That's why they've joined up with Saren. And that's why we have to stop him.
Right, and finally the pilgrimage.
I want to know more about the pilgrimage.
When my people reach maturity, we leave our birth ships and seek acceptance with a new crew. It's necessary to maintain genetic diversity among the fleet. But no ship wants to accept someone who will be a burden on them. So, to prove our worth, we embark on a pilgrimage. We set out alone, leaving the flotilla and our families behind us. We only return once we have found something of value we can bring back to the fleet. This is presented as a gift to the captain of the respective ship we wish to join. If the gift is accepted, we are welcomed into the crew.
Do they always accept?
Can a captain choose to reject the gift?
That doesn't happen often. Most captains are eager to increase the size of their crew. It increases their own standing in our society. Even when the gift is not particularly valuable, the captain usually accepts it out of a sense of tradition. However, there is a stigma to presenting a substandard gift. It's not the best way to make a good impression on a new community. Most pilgrims don't return until they find something worthwhile.
Can a captain choose to reject the gift?
That doesn't happen
Okay,
often.
so basically the same thing.
It's not the best way to make a good impression on a new...
I can't believe they just send you off alone.
It's not like they just cast us out. Before we leave, we are given lessons in how to survive outside the flotilla, and given gifts to help us on our journey. We also receive implants to fight off sickness and disease. Generations of living in an isolated and highly controlled environment have left our immune systems weaker than most. By the time we leave the fleet, we are well equipped for the pilgrimage. This is a rite of passage for all Quarians. If it were dangerous, our numbers would suffer. Virtually every pilgrimage ends with a triumphant return and the ritual presentation
Except
of the
not
gift
always.
to one of the fleet's captains.
I want to talk about
Like
something.
what?
That's it.
See you later.
Hey, Commander, you know that Quarian, Tali? She's been spending all her time down here asking me about our engines.
I'll tell her to leave you alone.
What? No, she's amazing. I wish my guys were half as smart as she is. Give her a month on board and she'll know more about our engines than I do. She's got a real knack for technology, that one. I can see why you wanted her to come along.
I figured she'd be a real asset to the team.
You got an eye for Tali, Commander, but I'm guessing that's not why you came down here.
Alright. Anything else? Stealth?
Where else have you served, Adams?
Okay, we'll
You
go
name
down
a
first.
class of Alliance ship, I've probably served on it. Everything from dreadnoughts and carriers right down to frigates like the Normandy. My last assignment was on the Tokyo, only a cruiser, but she was a good ship. Couldn't hold a candle to the Normandy, though.
Fill me in on the IES stealth systems. How does it work exactly?
You can't hide a ship out in space. They emit too much heat and radiation, too easy for sensors to pick them up, unless you find a way to capture those emissions. So our stealth systems trap the energy we give off in storage sinks built into the ship itself. No emissions to give away our location. Eventually the sinks have to be vented. More than a few hours silent running and they overheat. Cook us inside our own hull.
There's no way for anyone to detect us?
A visual scan can still pick us up. Anyone looking out a window can see us plain as day. But you have to be pretty close to get an actual visual out in space. Most vessels rely on scanners. As long as the stealth systems are engaged, they can't see us. Not unless we accelerate to FTL speeds.
Why doesn't it work with faster than light travel?
Cranking up the FTL blue shifts our emissions, pushes them into frequencies too high to capture in the sinks. As soon as we make the jump, it's like setting off a flare. Sensors can pick up our location whenever we enter or exit FTL flight, but for short-range missions, our stealth systems are amazing, and we've got the only one.
I want to know more about the Normandy.
She's the best ship I've ever served on, probably the fastest vessel ever designed, and she's the only one using the new Tantalus drive core.
What's so special about the Tantalus drive core?
Proportionally, it's about twice the size of any other vessel. Not only are we faster, but we can run at FTL speeds longer before we have to discharge the core.
Anything else? Nope. Alright.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Alright, that's it. I have accepted my arm to be clipping through the wall. Alright, so that done, we're back up and on our way. Alright, so let's check out the rest of this cluster. Festos is a small terrestrial with a trace atmosphere of carbon dioxide and xenon. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of sulfur and various silicates. There is little interest in this desolate world. Okay. And the final one for this area, Armeni. Armeni is a terrestrial world with unusually thin atmosphere of krypton and xenon. Its surface is composed of silica and deposits of carbonaceous materials. The initial flyby probe of Armeni detected multiple areas on the equator with oddly irregular surface protrusions. Closer inspection revealed these are millions of elaborate crypts a few meters below the surface, left by a long-extinct space furnace called the Zilf. Many human universities wish to perform the archaeological excavations. Council holds this grave sites as sacrosanct, however, and the area has been tied up in court for decades. Alright, so that's everything on Knossos. Alright, finally, Sparta. Make the jokes. Automatica. We'll survey and launch of hydrogen. Cool. Automatica is a large hydrogen helium gas giant with traces of chlorine and sulfur in the atmosphere. Its massive gravity will tugs many asteroids from the outer belt inwards towards the orbit of Attila and Nereus and eventually settle in the inner belt. Automatica's orbit is congested with hundreds of captured moons. Most last only a few thousand years before being ejected, dragged down in the atmosphere, or ripped apart by tidal forces, add to the giant immense rings. To navigate the kinetic environment is hazardous at best. Ships without military-grade kinetic barriers likely suffer catastrophic impacts.
Commander, I'm picking up a signal from the planet's surface. It looks like an automated distress beacon.
This is a terrestrial planet with atmosphere of carbon dioxide and nitrogen. Idios' surface is covered with wide deserts of silken sand, with only a few areas of igneous rock highlands to break the abrasive, dust-choked wind. Idios' orbit is congested with debris thrown inwards by the gravity of the gas giant Automatica. Due to a high rate of meteor impacts, exploration is highly dangerous. Let's land. Let's bring her along and check out. Kane Linko, rather. Alright, what's our map look like? Stress signal, anomaly, and debris. Alright, we're going on a run. Trying to drive completely up the side of a mountain, but, well, we'll try. Ah, there it is. Or that's something else. Never mind. Okay, we're going this way then. They must think, where did he learn to drive? Hey, come on, come on. Lithium deposit. Survey the lithium. Good amount of money. We're going to be able to buy some of the good stuff once I get back to the ship, aren't we? There's our target. Crash probe. Oh. Level 4 stuff. Take.
Ready. On your order.
Oh yeah, we never actually got people equipped here. Liara. Alright, what options do you got? A lot of that. Let's jack that up first. Alright, warp. Come on. Come on. Master lift. Well, actually, I should probably get more in the first stage, shouldn't we? Okay. Yeah, I think I better do that. Advanced overload. Good with that. And get lift on him too. And as for myself, honestly, I might as well. Okay. Let's go with that.
Your Shepard.
Okay, so that was that one. Let's go to the north. Ooh, a meteor being hauled down. Thank goodness those things don't land near us. Alright, straight ahead. Let's see what we get. Ah. A Solarian out here? It's a corpse. How do we have to do this? I take recovery. Defend Captain Milan's a deficient take. How it ended up here is impossible to know for sure. Don't mind me, I'll just run over him. Let's head for the remaining thing on the map. I don't like this. Save. And that's why I don't like it. Stick your head up. That reminds me of a Nidus one. StarCraft. Okay, that's good. I wonder if this trick still works. Supposedly, I don't like this was something in the original version they released that if you could kill a Threshing Ball, it would give you amount of experience. But if you did it on foot when you got the kill, it gave you a lot more.
These are Alliance soldiers. It appears they were lured here by the distress beacon.
These are Admiral Kahoku's men. We need to tell him what happened here.
Take all. Anything else around here? Okay. Surprised that went as well as it did. Okay, so we hit that one. There's nothing else on the map. Like I said, we would take a look, and see where any hidden items are, just because it was saving time. So we did take some damage, though. Nothing special, it seems. Alright. Been there. Next point of interest is down here. We're going right to the edge of the map with this one, aren't we? Palladium. Is there any reference to Palladium in actual real life? Or Legends? Because I swear I've that's like the other time I've ever seen that mineral mentioned was in Terraria. I figured there was some made up, but is polonium actually a actual metal? Or? Okay, not the way I want it to bounce, but eh. I am still surprised we can pull stunts like that off. Polonium? At least we're getting money out of this. And that was it. Okay, so that one's down. And I think that's everything for the Artemis Tau cluster. Or, wait, no. We're missing some others. We'll see here. Plutonium. Small distant Assages is a small terrestrial with a trace atmosphere of methane and argon. The surface is composed of water, ice, and calcium with occasional deposits of light metals. During the Alliance's pirate suppression campaign in the 2160s, the Batarian Ripora was caught with his frigate turning and grounded on Assages for drive discharge. When challenged by the cruiser Hyderabad, Ripora refused to surrender. The Turian was destroyed, attempting to take off. The Ibris is strewn across the southern hemisphere. Do we get all these? Tremaine dwarf planet composed of light magnesium silicates with deposits of aluminum. Its surface is covered by wide swaths of ancient, dark, basaltic lava, possibly indicating the world was created through an impact with some other body in the system. Tremaine's magnetic field is non-existent. This makes it impossible for ships to dump drive charge from orbit. That said, Tremaine's minuscule gravity allows even cruiser ships to lay safely for direct grounding. Been there. Automatica. Yeah, we don't do that one. And we just did that one, and Attila. There's usually large terrestrial trace amounts of methane and ammonia. The surface is frozen, mainly composed of sandstone and other sedimentary rocks with deposits of iron and chlorides. Judging by sedimentary composition of the crust, it appears that Hell once possessed an atmosphere thick enough to support some form of liquid. What cataclysm stripped the atmosphere and left the planet to freeze is not currently known. Alright, so with that, now we've done everything in the Artemis Tau cluster. Let's go to the Hades Gamma. Oh, there they are, okay. To Antilles.
Commander, urgent message from Alliance Command coming in. I'll patch it through.
Shepard, this is Admiral Hackett from Alliance Command. We've got a situation here, and you're the only one that can handle it.
What do you need, Admiral?
There's an Alliance training ground where we test weapons and technology in live fire simulations. One of the VIs we use to simulate enemy tactics in the drills is no longer responding to our override commands. It's gone rogue.
Are you telling me this computer is thinking on its own?
We're not stupid, Shepard. This is a virtual intelligence, not a true AI. It's not self-aware, and it can't access any external systems. We didn't do anything illegal here. Virtual intelligence support is critical to our military success. VIs process thousands of status reports and react in nanoseconds. No human can do that. We need you to fight your way through the training ground of the VI core and manually disable it.
Is that the only
option?
option?
Can't you disable it remotely?
Our fail-safes aren't responding. The VI operates on a closed network. It can affect any external systems, but we don't have any direct access to its processes. We could bomb it from orbit, but the damage to the facility would be catastrophic. We'd prefer to have someone shut down the core. Someone like you. I know Spectres answer the Council, but you're still human. You're still part of the Alliance military, and right now we need you. The VI controls all the facility's weapons, drones, and automated defenses. You're the only one that can pull this off, Shepard. Good luck.
Okay. As usual, let's start from the left and work our way right. Vimel is an enormous terrestrial world of mixed rock and ice with an atmosphere of methane and ethane. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of calcium with deposits of iron. Because of noxious surface gases, explorers are warned to use extreme caution. And we got uranium. We're building a bomb, boys. Ploba. Ploba is the second and by far larger of Atlantis' two gas giants. Active scans by survey ships have returned tantalizing indications of massive solid structures deep within the atmosphere, too regular in pattern to be anything natural. Some believe Ploba is a Jupiter brain, a planet-sized supercomputer. Adherents of this theory have fruitlessly beamed signals toward the sunken megastructures, hoping to get the machine's attention. Others believe to be an ancient spacefaring race disposed of their weapons of war by dumping them into the planet. The last attempt to reach the salvage Ploba's deep anomalies went tragically wrong, and with the crew of 12 being trapped and crushed in the gas giant's lower atmosphere. You've recovered a strange object orbiting Ploba. Chief Engineer Adams and Tali tried unsuccessfully to determine its origins. They did find one of Matriarch Dilnaga's writings stored within. Alright, that's Ploba. Let's go to Hunador. It's a moderate-sized ice world with an extremely thin atmosphere composed of krypton and xenon. Its frozen surface is unusually smooth, suggesting widespread repaving by cryovolcanic processes, though no such activity is currently evident. Edmos. Let's see what we got here, and we got hydrogen. Edmos is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of methane in its atmosphere. If Tribun's terraforming is successful, it's expected that a helium-3 refueling facility for the system will be set up here. Tribun is a modest terrestrial world with an atmosphere composed of nitrogen and argon. Its surface is mainly composed of nickel with deposits of silver. Tribun's environment is relatively mild, but the scarcity of water or similar inhabiting substances has prevented the development of any biosphere. Ex-Geni Corp recently performed test impacts of a single water ice comet into the surface, the first step of a long-term plan to thicken the atmosphere and introduce water to the environment. A survey team is on the surface, monitoring the geological and meteorological effects of the test impact. Most of the water release is still in the form of atmospheric vapor, but thick cloud banks have formed. There's every indication that this arid world will soon see its first rain. The survey team's progress has been hampered by the frequent mechanical or computer failures of the GPS systems. Alright, let's see what trouble we get into here. Let's do that. All right. Middle of the planet. What do we got to work with here? Anomaly, research base, and anomaly. Well, let's just go this way. Okay, not a good time for that, but we found something on our way. And it's probably at the top of the mountain, so let's start climbing. there. And we got more plutonium. And a lot of money. Alright. Spin her around and away we go. Back to that Debris? Yeah, Debris. Debris? We can't speak. I don't like a wide open area like this. Something hostile over here. Scavengers. Ah. There's still one alive. What's the probe got? I got nothing for that. As long as we're here, might as well get Rex equipped. Yeah, might as well. Master Carnage. Heavy armor. Come on. And advanced shield boost. Alright, that's all I want for that one. Worry about the rest later. Got throw unlocked. Don't know why I bother with barrier, but eh. Come on. Alright, and that's for Ashley. Ah, one short. Oh well. Better on that front. And just because it was a skill, so actually, I should do this. I'm annoyed that we have to do this, but yeah, we need to have somebody with electronics. Bring Ashley and yeah, Caden. All right, let's try this again. Well, at least we don't have to go mountain climbing for that deposit now. We just go straight back here. I wonder if the enemies repopulate. we'll find out here in a second. I don't see any red on the map, so guessing no. Alright, let's try this again. There we go. Level 4 stuff. Nice. And we are going here next. What trouble is out here? Not quite a big circle area, so it's probably not a Thresher Mall. Keywords probably. So let's see. I stand correct. This is a nice big open area. This is probably trouble. No, I guess it's up here. So no, they wouldn't have a Thresher Mall up here like this. So. The device is transmitting tight beam signals in the geosynchronous orbit. This disrupts the survey team's GPS satellites, causing them to crash nearby. Well, that was good. Got that taken care of, so people won't have satellites crashing here anymore. Come on, up we go, up we go. Try and catch a ramp. Well, at least we're on nice flat terrain. Alright, let's see what's over here. Oh. That's that one. What's this one? Right. Just in case this is anything important.
Blocked.
Yeah. Let's go assault rifle for this. Nothing around here? No? Okay. That's a lot of husks. Okay, I was trying not to blow it up till we got a bunch of them together, but... Come on. can knock him out by doing that. Interesting.
I've heard this. Machine cultists. They unearthed some kind of alien technology, and it turns them into mindless fanatics.
Whatever they found, it's long gone now.
Level 4. I think the highest we can get is level 10. Ion containment cell. Locked crate. An override. Well, that was easy. Sure there's nothing else over here. Plasma. Wrong button. One more back there. That accounts for all of the Exchange Survey team. They were converted into cybernetic husks by devices similar to those used by the Geth on Eden Prime. How they come to be buried on the frontier world so far from Geth territory is a mystery. Take all. Or if I could have only made so these things open up one at a time. Well, there would be a thing like a dots on the radar if there was anything alive. So yeah. Ew. There we go. Ooh. I'll take all those. Alright, so that's all of them. Or is that all of them? The music just kicked in. What am I caught on? A sign had stuck my stubbed my toe. All right, here we go. All right, let's get to the research station, which is right over here.
Looks like nobody's home.
According to these data logs, the survey team unearthed some kind of alien technology. According to these data logs, the survey team unearthed some kind of alien
they're just
technology.
forcing us, aren't they? Okay. Some level 5 stuff. Nice, nice. Let's go over here next. Majo, and that's about it.
Ready.
And finally, Yeah, we haven't gotten this one yet, so let's go over there. Have we? No, we haven't gotten it. We went to the left first. But dude, like, how did it, like, you uncovered those things? Okay. Whose bright idea was to start impaling people? That's been one crazy one, and then it just all spiraled out of control from there. Of course. Yeah, those two. Why is there always a Christian I don't know if killing these things actually makes a difference, but time to go. Ancient Deepers. Ah. Oh, so those things can attack. They're both basically natural turrets. Ugly thing, ain't it?
Not now.
It's a good experience. Oh, right. We got what we came for in the first place.
On your order.
Ancient Deeper. So let's recover the artifact. Terry insignia, the Nemes colony insignia. Alright. Okay, that should be all that. So, let's see here. This is Tribun. So we did that and that. We got those. We got that. Got that. The only thing we missed, or may not miss, but didn't see yet, was up here. So let's get over there. See something on the map here any second. There we go. Oh, must be right over there. Uranium, alright. And that's uranium, and that's everything for this planet. And a gecko. During the initial survey of the Talon system, only a single flyby probe was spared for the small scorched world of Gecko. It revealed a planet unusually rich in heavy elements given its size. Gecko is a stand terrestrial with a thin atmosphere of krypton and xenon. Its crust is mainly composed of magnesium with deposits of cobalt and other heavy metals. Due to the extremely rough, cratered terrain, starships are discouraged from landing. Alright, that takes care of that one. But let's go over here to Dis. What's Dis? That's Dis. Dis, and over there's that. I for a second thought that said Jafar. No, Jartar. Alright, destroys a terrestrial world with trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. The surface is hot and mainly composed of unremarkable silicates. Occasional deposits of aluminum, magnesium, and other light metals can be found. Jartar is noted for the discovery of the Leviathan of Dis, the apparent corpse of a genetically engineered living starship. Leviathan was found in the bottom of a crater by a Batarian survey team, and is to be nearly 1 billion years old. It disappeared after a visit to the system by a Batarian dreadnought 20 years ago. Since then, Batarians have still denied that the Leviathan existed at all, and all the more officially when shown recordings of the corpse made by Solarian researchers. Tunerium. That's it. We got titanium. Nerium is a terrestrial world with a thin atmosphere of methane and argon. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of basaltic rock. The most prominent feature is the Helios Rift Valley, a long volcanic divergence zone that stretches across half the northern hemisphere. Raisha. And we get an old unmanned shuttle during Gozenboard, all marked with the Trident colony insignia. Raisha is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of sodium and ammonia in the atmosphere. During a brief gold rush to Krishna, few companies established infrastructure for helium-3 skimming and plutonium mining on Raisha's icy moons. When Kessel proved to be less wealthy than expected, the facility was stripped for parts and abandoned. Right. Oh, we got some other ones over here. To Kensel. Oh, Kensel's thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane. Its first geological surveys were performed by Batarians. It's just heirs of great mineral wealth. Human mining concerns spent billions of credits hustling to the distant system and sinking test bores to claim the system for humanity. But Kretsch only had an average of mineral wealth, valuable but hardly worth the Russian expense. Merida Industria, a small Mexican company hoping to strike it rich in their first extrasolar mining venture, had to file for bankruptcy protection. The investigation revealed the Batarian crew had deliberately falsified their surveys, hoping it would encourage human rivals to invest in a costly boondoggle. Well, unethical, this was not technically legal, and the Batarian government disavowed the personal actions of a few misguided patriots. The planet is still littered with abandoned mining bases, which are often used as temporary meeting spots for criminals. Just drop me off there, don't you? Syndicate hideout. This is probably for Helen's quest. Kind of beautiful in a barren ice. It reminds me of Canada. The Great White North. frozen and barren. There's a bunch of enemies over there. Before we get there, we're probably going to hit that mine deposit. Survey that platinum. And it is good. Just let myself roll. You notice the wheels are not turning. That just falls apart pretty easily. Save. Alright, in we go. Now what trouble we're getting into in here. Not one of these loading rooms. Grapes. Where's some good experience? Where's the other one I saw back there? Alright. Rest and cool down, and...
Now it's fun!
And the other one's right over there. It's amazing what happens when the sniper rifle is, reliable. Alright, I'll let you two cover my back while I'm looting. Anything else around here? Crime boss. Ah, there's the important one.
Not now, Commander.
Ah, of course you put it so we... Ow, ow, ow. There we go. One clean shot. Clan was right. These guys are quite the operation going, but it's not going to change. One down, just one more to go. So with that done, let's go loot. Behind door number 1, we have... Crafting. Oh, come on. Take all. Snuck that one in. Anything else? Not down this path, it seems. Alright, and behind door number 2. Nothing. The map says there's something back there, but there's nothing there. Is that just a generic map and doesn't actually accommodate me? Take all. Anything else around? Doesn't seem like it. Can't get up there for that. Don't know why. Must be just ambience. Alright, let's get out of here. Nope, it actually carries over. Alright, so that was that one. Going that way. Oh. I think it'll be easier to climb up from this side, so let's just grab this now while we're in the vicinity. I stand corrected, it's a farther way out. Much farther out. Upgrades? Ooh. Ooh, grenade upgrade. I think I'm getting that right now. Ah, I got a few options. Okay. Incendiary grenades. High explosives. Kind of like that one, actually. Now we just get, you know, Sinan has a better, you know. Less bad protection, but better protection elsewhere. That's a good increase in defense. Yeah, I'm thinking assassin for me. And looks half decent. Plus 10 shields, percent mobility, mobile accuracy. Health, we got enough on that. What are all these joints? Smash damage. Shepherd smash. Yeah, just go with old-fashioned damage reduction. Better there. Heatsink is less, but accuracy is better. Striker 4? Really? Better on every regard? Yeah, might as well. Okay. And as for assault rifle, better on that front. Accuracy goes down. But the Lancer 4 is an improvement in every area. Or at least it maintains in the same area. And the Raptor 4 is just better all around. Yeah. Okay, it does change. Tsunami is good in damage, but it lowers everything else. But I don't know by how much. Nah, I'll stick with what I got. Better shields, but not much else. Yeah, she's the only other one that can wear heavy armor for a human, so might as well. Not much of an increase for him, is it? Yeah, let's give him that one. The Stiletto, wow, that's a pretty nice increase across the board. I might keep that for myself, actually. Alright, let's see here. Anything else that's better for him? The Reiko's pretty good. And the Reiko 4 is even the same. Alright, enough upgrades all around, but now for stats. I might as well max out Soldier. And slowly work on getting that up. 3 points here. And as for Ashley, Master First Aid. Grain Immunity. Oh, she doesn't have any more points, so it doesn't matter. Alright. Just kind of slingshot our way around here and... What game am I thinking of where you have vehicles that hover and you can use to maintain your momentum by coming down on solid objects? Well, coming down on flat objects. Discovery. There's old footprints leading in the escape pod, but no sign of any survivors. Alright, if there's no survivors here, let's see what's over here. Well, I tried. Modified Solarian. Recover artifact. This travel had a League of One medallion. Where he was founded and what he was trying to do with it is unclear.
On your order.
Okay, so I think that's everything that we've seen out here. Or dealt with the hideout. Alright, this is Cleansel. I like how focus is actually split between windows now. Okay, there's actually something out here. Been there. Been there. Yeah, the only one missing is over here. It's right behind this big rock, ain't it? Oh, there it is over there. Ah, I was too far out. Well, at least getting up here is a lot easier than some other map edges. Beryllium. And another level up. Nice. Well, as long as we're here. Yeah, let's work on our sniper damage. He's got 1 point. More to the left. And her... do that. Alright, that's everything of this uncleaning. Clean? Cleansel. Alright, and now Grammar. Nothing of note. Grimmer is icy terrestrial with a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and krypton. Its surface is mainly composed of frozen ammonia with deposits of tin and other light metals. While exposed to sunlight, Grimmer's ammonia can melt, forming equilateral seals of the toxic chemical. This has allowed a profusion of simple fungus glycans to evolve in a low-energy environment. A byproduct of their metabolism causes them to glow very faintly. While the light of the individual is insignificant, large patches seem to reinforce the light of one another and are visible from space. Alright. That's this. Let's go to Farinata. Ooh, this is a small system. Let's go right to left. Survey and thorium. With a rare combination of features, Nipnu is of particular interest to the scientific community. It's a small terrestrial plant with a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and krypton. As with all words of Farinata, its surface is scorching hot. The crust mainly consists of silicates laced with iron. MSV Ontario. Chutama first. We'll survey it. Prothean desk recovered. Scans of Chama reveal a derelict freighter in mid-stage orbit decay. Your salvage team boarded the vessel and determined it was been attacked by raiders. There was little value on board, but the team did find a Prothean data disk. Alright, Juma is a small, broiling terrestrial world. Its thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane is being steadily blown off by the powerful solar wind from the star Farinata. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of sulfur with deposits of copper. Its density is low enough to leave the world tidally locked to Farinata. The Alliance Defense Data Network notes that several ships have been spotted cruising near Janama with transponders turned off. While Alliance Patrol attempted pursuit of one, the unidentified vessel rabbited too fast and light. Its trail was lost when it obscured its light trace in the confusion of signals along the Anasali Ishtar shipping lane. Tushkun, nothing note, is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of chlorine and nitrogen in its atmosphere. It has an unusually small number of moons for a gas giant, a mere 7. This is no doubt due to the star capturing the majority of the mass during nebular collapse that created the system. Alright, and that's MSV Ontario. Ontario of a Kowloon-class modular conveyor of human design, configured for a mix of freight and passenger hauling. It is making a hard burn for the cover of an asteroid cup. Private owner, Settle Station. Board. Actually... since I haven't been in the squad for a while, yeah. Electronics. And encryption. Come on. One more. Alright, and tally. Dampening. Let's get her some help with her pistols. And yeah, we're done. Get him a shotgun. Or a sniper rifle, rather. Better there, and better damage. Yep, give him that. And doesn't look like anything else is better. Alright. And not better than his current armor. Really? Oh yeah, I gotta get him on that. Well, we know where we're going next for points. Take all. Oh, yeah, we should also equip a better pistol for Tali. Yeah, let's give her that. And make sure she's on the right one. No, you stick to pistols, you stick to sniper rifle. Oh, to the right. If it's close corridors like this, I'm going to stick to the assault rifle.
Intruders! Kill the hostage!
We need to hurry. They're gonna kill us!
I gotta be more careful.
Actually, let's load. Autosave. Do I gotta go back and do that all again for their stats? I think I do. Shoot. Alright. Let's change it around a little bit. Alright, give him that. Okay, and as for Tali, even though we are going to be switching out here, because I believe this is a mission for Kaidan. Yeah, and now... don't have any armor for her. Okay, for the pistol. The edge looks good, and the Riku looks better. Alright, let's get them set. You're on the right one. Let's try that again. Alright, bring in Kaidan. Let's bring Tali. Actually, hold on to that. Just because, in case this goes another way. Open it up. Go get my loot.
Intruders! Kill the hostage!
Where's the other one? Yeah, there's only one door, so did I just miss the handle? Yeah, I just missed the handle.
See how it is? You write letters and everyone ignores you. Force is the only thing people appreciate. So how about if I kill Chairman Burns and finish this charade?
Please, I was trying to help you people.
Let's not do anything we're all going to regret.
Why not? What have we got to lose? Since the chairman here decided that we didn't get reparations, we've got nothing left to live for.
But I've changed my mind. Seeing you all, it's clear that you all deserve...
You had your chance. Some L2s are nearly crippled from side effects of the implants, but you voted against reparations.
Think about this. Burns is the one man who can help you.
Yes, if you release me, I can take another look at the reparations request.
What, we're supposed to trust you?
I'm an L2 like you. Trust me. The commander can make sure that Burns follows through.
Sure, you promise us freedom and say everything will be fine, but as soon as we surrender, you'll double-cross us.
I'm not promising to let you go. All I'm saying is that Burns will take another look. Right, Burns?
Absolutely. I had no idea that the L2 biotics were this desperate. If I'd known, the reparations will come. For whatever it's worth. I promise that.
Don't be stupid.
You're right. I don't want to die. Maybe something will happen this time. We surrender.
Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead when they took me. I'll see to it that the reparations discussion is reopened. I didn't know they were so desperate.
A 5th Fleet cruiser will be by shortly to pick you and the prisoners up.
Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead when they took me.
I can't finish the job. Judge, jury, and executioner, but not apparently so. Alright, what do we got here? Oh, come on. Guess I caught the edge of it. Take all. Alright, so now that the timer's off. Takes that. And over here we have and more level 4 stuff. Alright, there we go. I wonder if I just blitzed through here and went for the doors, if the people out here could have lived. Just make sure we're not leaving any loot behind. Nope, doesn't look like it. Alright. Back to the Normandy. This way? This way. And does this go away as an interactable area?
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Thank you for dealing with the hostage situation, Commander. Chairman Burns was quite impressed by the way you resolved the situation peacefully. Your assistance above and beyond the formal duties has been noted, Commander. 5th Fleet out.
Oh, stay there. I am surprised. We went to Neptune. Did we go here? Yeah, we did. And alright, so let's get a Fernata. We've been to Antiochus, right? Have we been to Antiochus? I think we were. And let's go back just in case. Or if we haven't gone there in the first place. Gecko, yeah. We were here. I remember this area's names. Alright. The Voyager cluster. Local cluster. The Amazon? Wow. That's the only one here, looks like.
Commander, incoming signal from 5th Fleet HQ on the Citadel.
Commander Shepard, something uncomfortable has just come up. In the First Contact War, we fired a lot of espionage probes into Turian space. We just received a mission complete burst from one of them.
That's quite.
Where's it been in the meantime?
No idea. Lost in transit. These probes were built in a hurry after First Contact.
What makes this uncomfortable?
When these probes were launched, we didn't have any idea who we were fighting. We didn't want to risk aliens examining our technology. The probe has a demo nuke built in.
Uh-oh.
A 20-kiloton tactical fusion warhead. About equal to the bomb dropped on Hiroshima back in the 20th. If somebody finds that probe, tampers with it, you don't need me to finish, Commander.
I understand this must be handled, but I don't have anyone trained to deal with this sort of thing, sir.
I know. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. These probes have been classified for 26 years. The Council will call fusion bomb booby traps dangerous and irresponsible. The Alliance would face censure if they find this probe. I'm asking you because the Normandy can get on site quickly and quietly. It's in the Voyager cluster.
It's in the Voyager cluster. That's the opposite side of the Alliance from Turian space. How did it get there?
I don't know. It's possible someone recovered it safely and brought it there. It's also possible it got very badly lost. It could have been wandering the relay network since the war.
Alright, fair enough.
We'll get on it immediately, Admiral. And we'll be discreet.
I appreciate that, Commander. Good luck.
Oh, we gotta clean up our messes. Shouldn't something like that be, I don't know, conducted in private conversation, not on the main bridge? Agamium is a small terrestrial world with an extremely thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and krypton. Though the planet has sufficient mass to maintain a much thicker atmosphere, much has been blasted away. The red giant Amazon is a long-period viable star, currently at the nadir of a 16-year cycle. At peak, its energy output doubles, lashing in with intense heat and radiation. The crust is mainly composed of aluminum with deposits of tin. Much of the surface is coated with a fine silicate dust, which easily penetrates the smallest cracks to foul machinery. Alright. I mean, you think that whole design, the heavy tail end is by design. Alliance homing beacon, Deeprus, anomaly. Well, let's head to the objective first off, and then we'll loot. And this place must be what Mars looks like. That's a big open space. What are the chances there's a Thresher Maw out here somewhere? And how is there thresher maws on different planets? I can understand equivalent organisms on different planets, but it's the exact same thing. Did someone, like, create these things and fire them on different planets? Alright, just in case something is,
The signal's coming from a mine?
This smells.
I agree. The probe did not crash. Someone moved it here.
They may not know what they have. Let's find it before they set it off.
Right.
Always a loading room, for lack of a better term. I don't see anything on radar. Why do I feel like this is a trap? Yeah, I think this is just a standard map. And they seal off things as needed.
That was a detonator. Someone just screwed us.
Shepard, at last.
You have me at a disadvantage.
My name is Ilanos Haliat. I doubt you know it. Who do you think runs the Terminus clan, Shepard, huh? Thousands of pirates, slavers, criminals of every stripe?
In most criminal organizations, it's the one who's recognized as the most successful.
That's correct. The one who kills the most men, seizes the most ships, pillages the most colonies.
Ah, so you're the head I gotta cut off.
I was the strongest. I used my influence to assemble a fleet. We would drive your kind out of the Verge.
You're the one behind the attack on Elysium.
I was the motivator, the instigator, the one who promised glory and riches for sacking the largest human colony in the cluster. The one blamed when it failed. Failed! I was ruined when your kind held against the Blitz. What better way to recover my reputation than by eliminating the first human Spectre?
My crew will come for me.
Oh, let them. We'll be ready. An Alliance warship would make a fine prize. Oh, and if you haven't noticed, the ores here are laced with heavy metals. I'm afraid your suit radios aren't powerful enough to transmit out.
You'll see me again, Haliat. Count on it.
I rather doubt that. Goodbye, Shepard.
What do we do now, Shepard?
Yeah.
We've got air and light, and the Normandy's still in orbit. Let's look for another way out.
There's no time to get out. You have to disable the bomb before...
You lead. I'll follow.
Well.
I'm right here.
Out of the way, Telly. Out of the way. You have disabled the bomb. Okay. Hate when teammates almost kill me because, you know, they're stopping me from interacting with the things I need to do. Great way to seal the area, boys. Take all. Oh, we've got a hike around there, don't we? Just in case something, like, for lack of a better term, gets unset if we warp out of here. We're going to go back the long way and then see if we can still go in that front door. Just so we can actually see what our fatigue meter is at. I do like this gravel terrain. How far are we? Okay, we are mostly there. Just so that we don't do that all over again. I don't think the game was expecting to do that. Okay, one, I am surprised we can walk back in here. But you can't really go much further. Fair enough.
Let's get moving.
Did I get those two equipped out? Recently, yes. Okay. Okay, and since we're here, I might as well. Or not Rexed. Wreck, rather. Yep, definitely go with the Katina. Yep, Katina, I think, is the better one when it comes to shotguns. Yep, everyone's on what they should be. So, wait, the makeup. Okay. going back down there, but we'll probably have a little bit from Hackett. Oh, surprised. I forget, did we get over there yet? Yeah, I think we got that point of interest already. I don't remember. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. Is that like weapon fire? Okay, so that's where we were. That's the entrance there. Debris mission. We're going this way. Well, we gotta come this way for this mineral deposit anyway, so... As long as it can keep grip, the Mako will pretty much go anywhere. Just down here. Did I get myself stuck here? Come on. Just over the lip and we're good. Beryllium. Okay, so with that done, and man, that was really off the map, it feels like. We're back in this hole. Come on, come on. You got this. You got this. Just stay on the wall. And, all right. And another one. Oh, I'm surprised we came up this one so much easier. I think this is where it wanted us to go. Okay, I don't know what happened there, but alright. Come on, up. Oh, that's the beacon. Alright, so yeah, we can ignore that one. Crash probe. Take all and keep going on our way. That's where we came out. Elliot went through a lot of trouble to draw you here. A pity ending like this, for him at least. Now that you're above ground, your suit radio has reestablished connection with Normandy. Time to get the hell out of here. Anything around here? Doesn't seem like it. Really? Can't go through a tent? It's a solid object. There we go. I was gonna get this thing stuck. Even worse. Anytime there's a big open area, I always think there's a thresher mob going to spawn. Scavenger corpse. What did it have? An easy time. Another turret from the Sagar colony. Alright, so that's Albrigham. Or Algebinium? So there's one way back down there. Here we go. Okay, so there's that. There's that. Just did that. Up in there. There's one over there. Alright, we're going on a drive. Alright. Really? No thresher mob? Okay. I figured it'd be a good arena for one, but me. Got down here a corpse. Brushing away the carbonization on the door of the contragravita speeder, you see the Nizo brand name. Judging by the charring, the wreckage has been here since the star's last variable peak. The corpse is wearing the remains of an expensive suit and appears to have melted antique aviator goggles. Okay. So that's that. And we gotta go all the way back there. You know what? I'm thinking just reload the area. It'll be so much faster. They're trying to go over the mountains and all that. Since we have done the quest now, we'll probably get something from Hackett. Really? Nothing? Just because they've been our partners for this mission, so Alright, so now that we're down here, middle of exploration 3. Oh, this is gonna be a pain, isn't it? Well, let's start from the low end and then climb up manually, or slowly. Okay, I thought that was a weapon fire, but now it's probably just wheels hitting a rock hard. No, 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 not in the pit, not in the pit. Come on, no, no, no. Come on. And there we go. A Samarium? And then the other one that was here is over there. Darn, that didn't quite work right. Probably over that next rise. I kinda wish they had a nitro on this thing, just so we could speed up at times. Just go. I got my wish. And there's some magnesium.
You lead, I'll follow.
Alright, and that should be everything. Yep, that's everything on this map. Whew. No, 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 do not hit that button. Were we here? No. Sonindma is the second of the Amazon system's arid superterrestrial planets. It's considerably less dense than its neighbor Duricum, and has an atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of iron-laden silicates with deposits of sulfur. Durnica. Durnica is an enormous terrestrial world, nearly twice the size of Earth. Its environment is similar to that of Mars, arid and a mix of craggy basalt highlands and sand-scoured deserts of iron-laced silicate dust. Durnica's atmosphere mainly consists of carbon dioxide and argon, but the planet's mass is great enough that measurable amounts of helium and even molecular hydrogen remain trapped in its atmosphere. The planet's gravity well is deep enough that it has collected nearly a dozen small satellites, most captured asteroids. Its surface is scarred by many large impact craters, making the final resting place of other captured asteroids. Alright. Sylvan. Simon. And without navigator parsley, the recon team recover a small unmanned probe marked with the Quidam outpost extending. So I have more Thernians. A small rock and ice planet. Someone has an extremely thin atmosphere of hydrogen, sulfide, and ethane. Its frozen atmosphere is mainly composed of magnesium and silicates with deposits of iron. Simon's crust contains significant deposits of green serpentine, a mineral formed by volcanic activity. This Symbol was a more geologically active world in the distant past. Right, and Tremor. Okay, nitrogen, alright. It is a standard hydrogen helium gas giant with traces of methane and nitrogen in the upper atmosphere. Whoa, getting whiplash there. And starting with the Amazon. let's go back to the local cluster. To Seoul. We're going home. Pluto is one of Seoul's numerous ice dwarf worlds. It is mainly of note for being a gravitational anchor for the Prothean mass relay to Arcturus. Pluto and the Charon relay, formerly encased in ice and considered a moon, orbit each other. Pluto's orbit was circularized in 2057 as a side effect of the Charon mass relay's recovery operations. Uranus. After development of Mass Effect FTL Drive, distant Uranus was the target of a land rush to exploit its combination of plentiful helium-3 fuel and shallow, for a gas giant, gravity well. Today, Uranus is the largest producer of HE-3 in the Alliance space. Neptune. Boy, I can't wait to the second game. Though Neptune, like Uranus, has plentiful helium, its remoteness made it a promising target for mining before development of Mass Effect Drive. With Uranus cheaper to exploit, it has never seen extensive development. Its only permanent human presence is a small research facility on Triton. Mars. Once considered a prospect for terraforming and colonization, the discovery of fast light travel turned Mars into a quiet backwater. Its southern pole is a historical preserve centered on the Prothean ruins found there. Immigration and development are restricted as the search for Prothean artifacts continues. Venus. With its molten temperatures, sulfuric acid clouds, and crushing carbon dioxide atmosphere, Venus has only a handful of aerostat research outposts. Mercury, even worse. A handful of solar-powered stations exist on peaks of external light at the northern and south poles of Mercury. The difficulties imposed the product's proximity to the Sun and high orbital velocity have limited development. Earth. For detailed information, please refer to the Standard Alliance Galactic Codex. Earth orbit is riddled with debris generated by bootstrap space development. Use of kinetic barriers is recommended for altitudes over 85 kilometers. Jupiter. Jupiter's deep gravity well and lethal radiation have kept its moons from being significantly exploited. The largest outpost is Binary Helix's Corporation's Nautilus facility, attached to the underside of Europa's ice sheet. Saturn's been a major source of helium-3 fuel for fusion planets since 2050s. The moon of Titan is mined for hydrocarbons and used as a hostile environment training facility for Alliance Marines. And that's all of them. Just want to stop off before we go back to the Citadel. Citadel, and let's actually land. I figured this is a good, kind of bookending point. We started here, and we're going to end here. Heat load monitor. And actually,
equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Rear Admiral Mikovich.
Tin Hut!
At ease. Rear Admiral Mihailovic, 5th Fleet.
We weren't told to expect you, sir. I would have prepared a formal greeting.
Spare me the pleasantries. I command the 63rd Scout Flotilla. You and the Normandy were slated for my unit after shakedown. Then the Council got their paws, claws, tentacles, whatever. They got them on our ship, and you.
I still serve the Alliance, sir. As a Spectre, I can advance our interests to the Council.
You still know what color your blood is, Shepard? I don't begrudge the politician's decision to throw you to the Council. It's an opportunity. I do begrudge this over-designed piece of tin, though.
The Normandy is a fine ship, sir. She's served us well so far.
It's a gimmick, Commander. Useless in a stand-up fight. This experiment diverted billions from our appropriations bills. For the same price, we could have had a heavy cruiser. But no, we had to make nice to the Turians, throw money at a co-developed boondoggle. I'm here to make an inspection, Commander. Normandy is an Alliance warship. I intend to see she's up to snuff.
We'd be honored to show her to you, Admiral.
I'll just bet. Wait here. I won't be long.
Joker, hide the good stuff.
Commander, I'm not happy.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
Who designed that CIC? Putting the commander aft of everyone else is inefficient. What if he needs to discuss with the operators toward the bow?
Modified Turian style. They prefer commanders looking over their subordinates, rather than in the middle of them. We wanted to see how effectively they can command with that setup.
Reasonable goal, but they should have studied that in a lab rather than on a frontline warship. I had to shake my head at that drive core of yours. 120 billion credits at element 0 to make this thing able to move without giving itself away. You realize we could make drive cores for 12,000 fighters with that money? What good is it to hide for a few hours anyway? Useless.
We can loiter in an enemy system and monitor traffic, or drop infiltration teams on enemy worlds. Normandy can be more effective than the Solarian STG.
Maybe. But that's not the job of a proper warship.
Well, we're not a warship.
We're supposed to find and
trades.
kill the enemy fleet, not count how many times their garrison goes to the bathroom. And we need to talk about your crew, Commander. Krogan? Asari? Turians? What are you thinking, Commander? You can't allow alien nationals free access to Alliance equipment?
Nope, can't do that choice. They're allies.
Between Saren and the Geth, we have enough enemies out here. Treating other species with suspicion and distrust won't win hearts and minds.
That assumes the hearts and minds are worth winning. That hasn't been proven yet. You have anything else to say, Commander? Any other justifications for the state of this vessel?
Apparently I did not get enough points.
None, sir.
Very well. I don't agree with any of this, but your reasons seem sound. I'll be submitting a report to the Joint Military Council. It will not be as negative as I'd planned. Good hunting, Commander Shepard. Make us proud.
Well, that was unexpected. Yeah, I think this is probably a good spot. So, let's call it here. Thank y'all for joining me tonight. Join me on Saturday when we continue with more of Mass Effect 1. That'll be at, well, sometime between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. Eastern. Tell your friends, spread the word. Let's get everyone together here and have a good time. But for now, everybody have a good night.